Hold up on your practice. No more deliveries, please. Spectators, a round of applause for our bowlers meeting in day 2. Bowlers, when your lanes come on and your arrows come up, you may begin.
Good morning, everybody. Live at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. This is the second round of the Summer Team USA Trials. Lucas Wiseman here with you again today. So we've got 6 games today. on the sole pattern. This is the medium pattern, 39 feet. They bowled 3 games yesterday on the short, which was Stockholm. Anthony Pepe, your leader, 742 after the first 3 games. So 3 games yesterday, 6 today, 6 tomorrow, 15 total games. And after those 15 games, the top 2 will earn automatic spots on Team USA in 2014. The women's squad will get on the lanes this afternoon at 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time. That's their scheduled start time for their second round. So it's only the men here this morning. As we get started, you see the triple box set up on your screen, 9 and 10, the featured pair. 7 and 8, 11 and 12 off to the right. And you can follow the live scoring and see the scoring for any of the lanes in the bowling center here to follow your favorite player. And if you click that link, and it'll take you to the bowlingitrc.com page, and you can easily pull up the live scoring right there. I also have the updated standings on that page as well, if you want to take a look at that. When you go to the standings, if you click a player's name, for example, if you click Anthony Pepe, it'll bring up some stats for you for Anthony's set yesterday. So on our featured pair, 9 and 10 here this morning, we've got Antonio Garcia, John Cervinsky, Michael Newton, and Chad Newman. Of course, Cervinsky, a current member of Team USA and the reigning Team USA Trials champion from January. He will bowl in the World Cup a little bit later this year in Russia, along with Danielle McEwen. On 7 and 8, which is in the top right corner of your screen, we've got Chris Vai, Paul Bober, Justin Mandel, and Jeffrey Young. And down on 11 and 12 in the bottom right corner of your screen, Nathan Van Putten, Scott Dole, Mike Fagan, Nathan Moore, and Devin Bidwell. Those are our 3 pairs to get started. Game 1 of 6. So today we have a lot more bowling action for you here on Bowl TV, twice as much as yesterday, with both the men and the women bowling 6 games today and 6 games tomorrow for a 15-game total pinfall that will determine the top 2 who earn the automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. A couple of frames in here. Don't really see too many people putting doubles on the board early on. Looks like people still trying to get settled in. Of the 4 pairs that are directly in front of me, nobody currently has more than a single strike on the board. As you see, AJ Johnson, another pair over on 5 and 6. He's got a double to start. It looks like a little bit of a slow start for a lot of guys to start this second round. It's still early though, a lot of games to go. Just joining us, you're watching our live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials second round competition here at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. Bowling on Seoul today, medium pattern, 39 feet. Patterns are also on that link that has the results in the live scoring. Seoul, WTVA Seoul pattern, again 39 feet and 25.1 mils of oil. About 2.5 to 1 is the ratio. Garcia is the one with the highest score so far on 9 and 10, our featured pair. Strike, spare, double. He's up now on the left lane. The lefty on the far left side of your screen. Only other player to double on this pair is John Zerbinski, who doubled and then just left that 10 pin. Definitely a lot of spare shooting going on out there early this morning. And if you want to follow along with the scoring for these pairs, just open up the live scoring link. You can find that on bowl.com, on bowlingitrc.com, or right below the video you're watching. There's a link in the event description, I should say. And I recommend having the live stream open in one window and the live scoring open in another, and then you can follow along and watch the scores as they bowl. Be sure to watch our live coverage here on Bowl TV of the USBC North Point Junior Gold Championships. That'll be coming up July 18th and 19th. Thursday, Friday, the final 2 days of Junior Gold. We'll have complete coverage for you those last 2 days. From suburban Detroit. And then after that, our live stream takes a break until August 19th, when we start our wall-to-wall coverage of the WTBA World Championships for men and women. And that'll be followed immediately by the USBC Queens right here on Bowl TV. So we've got a big stretch coming up of about 3 weeks of straight live bowling competition on Bowl TV almost every day during that stretch. And the World Championships, each event culminates with a semifinal and a final. And very exciting format. Should prove to be some great live streaming at the World Championships. So I hope that you will make some time to tune in for that a little bit later on this summer. Of course, we'll keep you updated with all of that on bowl.com in the coming weeks. I'll also be out at the U.S. Open and U.S. Women's Open later this month in Columbus, Ohio. That's going to be live streamed by our friends at PBA Extra Frame. But I will be out there to provide the press releases and videos for our YouTube channel. and then after that, headed to the World Games in Colombia with Mike Fagan and Kelly Kulik. No live streaming there because of TV rights issues, but we'll have reports for you and hopefully some videos coming out of Colombia to keep you guys updated with how Team USA is doing in that event. Team USA's never won a gold medal at the World Games, so hopefully this will be the year that they turn that around and get it done. So lots of competitions coming up this summer here on Bowl TV. And for those of you just tuning in, I see a couple of you in the chat just checking in with us here this morning. This is game 1 of 6 for the men. There will 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow. Add that to yesterday's 3 games, and it's a 15-game total pinfall to determine the top 2 who will earn automatic spots on Team USA in 2014. The women will bowl their second round later on today at about 1:45 p.m. Eastern, or Central Time, I should say, 2:45 Eastern Time. This is when the women will take to the lanes. So just getting started here, long way to go. This is game 1 of a total of 12 on the live stream today. 6 men's games, 6 women's games. Aaron asks if we'll be streaming the qualifying and match play of the U.S. Women's Open. We will not. The PBA will be doing that on Extra Frame. The U.S. Open and the Women's U.S. Open are combined into kind of one event this year. So the PBA will be live streaming that on Extra Frame. Still kind of settling in here on this block. The scores don't appear to be too high as we move along here. I see a couple of guys bowling pretty good with scores in 130 range in the 6th frame. We'll have to see if these guys can close out some big games and what the scoring pace might look like after game 1. Stephen asking how Jeffrey Young is doing. And Jeffrey bowling pretty good early on here. 138 in the 6th, and a strike in the 7th. And you can follow the live scoring, and you can see his frame by frame. If you click on 7 and 8, that's where he's at. Looks like Anthony Pepe, our leader after round one, has 125 in the 7th. And shooting a spare right now in the 8th, so looks like he might have his first sub-200 game of the tournament. Certainly it will be his lowest game of the tournament thus far. You want to look at his score on the live scoring. He is on lane 1 here for this first game. The players do move after each game. The right lane moves right, skipping 1 pair, and the left lane moves left, skipping 1 pair. A nice split conversion there for Newton in the 9th as he makes the 6-7-10. For those of you just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. We are live at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. Lucas Wiseman here with you. Game 1 finishing up of the 6-game block. See Mike Fagan in the bottom right corner of your screen. It's his 4th consecutive strike after a couple of opens early in this game. John Serbinski with a double. He's got 146 in the 7th. Double on the board, so he can get to 236 this game. That would be the high on his pair. Garcia can get to 232. And Newman, who just made that spare there, his max is 176, and Newton can get to 199. Sorry, 209 for Newton is his max. .194 for Chris Vi. He misses a single pin in the 10th. Wrapping up game 1 of 6 here in the 2nd round of the Summer Team USA Trials. Our men's squad, women's squad coming up this afternoon, 2:45 Eastern Time, here on Bowl TV. Scores look to be a little bit subdued here early on this morning, as we get rolling here on the Seoul pattern. Just wrapping up this first game. Let's go full screen to 11 and 12, since they're the only ones still bowling here. See a couple of games in the 230s here in game one. As we wait for things to wrap up. Be sure to check out the live scoring. You can see the score monitor for any pair here at the International Training and Research Center. All 14 lanes are on there if you want to check that out. Kind of transitioning right now between games 1 and games 2. Got one pair that's already started game number 2, but the rest of the pairs are still waiting to get started. Mike Fagan finishing up game 1. Can get to 206 this game. Fagan with his 3rd consecutive strike. That'll put him in the 200s here in game 1 of this 6-game block on the medium pattern. Soul is what we're bowling on today. Go back to the triple view as they got started on 9 and 10. It looks like everybody is moved now to their next pair for game 2, and everybody should be getting started here pretty quickly. So we're started with game 2 now here live at the USBC Summer Team USA Trials. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Feel free to shoot me a tweet at Lucas_Wiseman. I'll give you a shout out here on the broadcast this morning. For those of you who are on Twitter, be be sure to follow me at Lucas_Wiseman, LUCAS_Wiseman, WISEMAN. So shoot me a tweet. I'll give you a shout out here this morning. Maybe you want to let me know who you're rooting for to do well here at the Summer Team USA Trials. Got a lot of great bowlers competing here this weekend. So as we get rolling here with Game 2 on 9 and 10, we've got Jake Peters, Andrew Barry, Michael Bailey, Kenneth Bland Jr., and Vince Biondo III. On 11 and 12, we've got Alan Chester, Anthony Pepe, our leader after the first day, Justin Mandel, and Jeffrey Young. Anthony shot 194 first game. That's on 11 and 12. That's our pair there. And on 7 and 8, we've got Nathan Van Putten, Scott Dull, Mike Fagan, Chris Klasinski, and Matt Gasson. And after 4 games of the tournament, we do have a lead change, as Eric Vermelia has moved into the lead with 966. John Serbinsky second at 959. Anthony Pepe drops from first to third with 936. Chris Vi in fourth at 910, and Jeffrey Young in fifth at 908. We've got Nathan Bohr in sixth at 905, and then there's a bit of a drop-off, about 56 pins between sixth and seventh. It's Kevin Andes at 849. Chris Prather in 8th at 843. Mike Fagan 9th at 839. And Justin Mandel is 10th at 830. Got a tweet coming in from Tanner Bankston, giving a shout out to Scott Dull and Zeno. Having good fun watching this on Bowl TV. Thanks for watching, Tanner. Appreciate the tweet. If you want to tweet at me, let me know who you're rooting for. Tweet me at Lucas_Wiseman. Or if you have a question that you want to ask, you can tweet that to me as well, at Lucas_Wiseman. Chris Romero sends me a tweet. Looks like he's cheering for Gil Sanchez and Kevin Andes, so thanks, Chris, for watching and for the tweet. Hope that everyone will bowl in the regular Team USA trials, the January Team USA trials. It's going to be in Vegas again at the Orleans, January 3rd through the 8th, 2014. So coming up in about 5 months. Be spots available on Team USA and Junior Team USA for 2014 at that event. Mike Moore asking if those 900 series are for 6 games. No, they are for 4 games. 3 games yesterday and 1 game today. So remember, it's a cumulative total of 15 total games to determine the 2 who earn the automatic spots on Team USA in 2014. And if you want more information on the Team USA trials, we just announced that location and opened the online registration. And you can find that at bowl.com/Team USA trials. Do expect that the men's field will sell out at 175. That's the capacity. So do fully expect that we will have a sold-out field for the men's division at the Team USA trials. So you may want to get your entry in early if you plan on traveling to Vegas to compete. You don't want to get shut out. Had some shutouts in recent tournaments, so we don't want to have that happen again. So be sure to enter early to get into the Team USA trials in January. Josh Adams in the chat says he's watching from Kandahar, Afghanistan. Thanks for watching in Afghanistan. I would assume that you're over there serving our country, so if you are, thank you for that. Read a story not too long ago about a bowling alley they opened up in Afghanistan. I wonder how it's doing. Just tuning in, we're in game 2 of 6. Round 2 on the men's side. The women's field gets on the lanes this afternoon at about 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Good news with showing 3 different pairs at the same time is you should see every player in the field here today at least once, and probably twice. Not good enough at math to figure all that stuff out, but considering we have 3 of the 7 pairs covered, should be able to see whoever you're rooting for at least a couple of times today as we move along. Some of them you may actually see for 3 of their 6 games. PBA Prospect asking what the entry fee is for the Team USA trials. January trials, the entry fee is $350 if you enter before the early bird deadline. And again, more information at bowl.com/Team USA trials. Bowl.com/Team USA trials. It's updated on there with the registration information. Should be pretty easy to find right there. We're up to 91 viewers on the live scoring. We got to 101 yesterday. Let's see if we can break that 101 record. We're getting pretty close. It won't be long before we get there. But if you want to check out the live scoring, you can either go to bowl.com, bowlingitrc.com, or click the link in the summary right below the video you're watching, and then click on the live scoring link. It's pretty cool, actually. It's from Lane Talk, and it shows you what pin is left. If you mouse over the pins, mouse over the score, you can see what pins were left by that player. So, for example, you see Jake Peters shooting the 2-5 right now, and if you mouse over that on the live scoring, it will show you that he left the 2-5, and you can go back and see that in the first frame, Jake left the 4-7, and then he made the spare. So it's kind of a nice live scoring application, and a good complement to the live streaming if you want to be able to follow the scores on our featured pairs. That's why we put the lane numbers above each window so you know what pair it is, so you can follow on the live scoring. .800 Bowling is asking why Fagan and Serbinsky are bowling if they're already on the team. They are on the team for this year, 2013. This event is to determine Team USA members for 2014. So there are no members of 2014 Team USA yet. We will have 2 men and 2 women on the team after this weekend, and the rest will be determined or announced at the Team USA trials in January, right here on Bowl TV at the Orleans Bowling Center. So again, they are bowling for spots on Team USA for next year, 2014. Jim Huff asking if there's a mobile app for bowl.com. There is not. And he says he's unable to download the league standing sheets from bowl.com with the new Galaxy S4. Sorry, Jim, I'm not familiar with the Galaxy S4. I've got an iPhone, so I'm not sure that I can be of much assistance, but we do have a new bowl.com coming soon, so be on the lookout for that in the coming weeks. I'm going to relaunch the website. Greg asking what shot they're bowling on today. It is the Soul pattern, 39 feet, the medium pattern here this weekend. Yesterday was short, today is medium, tomorrow is long. And they bowl 6 games today total, and we're halfway through game 2 right now. Vito wants to know how many will make the team. 2 men and 2 women. The top 2 after 15 games, based on pinfall, will earn spots on Team USA. Long ways to go. We've only completed 4 of the 15 games so far. Mike asks a question in the chat, what's the difference in these patterns and the PBA patterns as far as difficulty? And I would say that that's a relative question. Different people will find different patterns to be more difficult. The WTBA has 3 banks of patterns, short bank, medium, and long. And if you want to look at the specific patterns that they have, you can go to World 10-Pin Bowling and click on world10pinbowling.com and click on patterns. And there's 12 total patterns, 4 short, 4 medium, 4 long, of varying degrees of difficulty. Yesterday we used Stockholm, which is 34 feet. Today we're using Seoul, which is 39 feet. And tomorrow we use London, which is 44 feet. And you can find all of those patterns online. Like I said, varying degrees of difficulty for those patterns. And they're sport patterns, just like PBA patterns are. Just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. We're in the 7th and 8th frames on these pairs of Game 2. Kind of moving along here. See at least one pair that's starting to finish up this game already. The live scoring is a great complement to the live streaming here if you want to keep an eye on the scores for each of these pairs. You can follow the live scoring while you watch the live streaming. The link is available on bowl.com, bowlingitrc.com, or below the video you're watching in the description of this event. Alan asks in the chat, why not just determine all the Team USA members at one time instead of having two different tournaments? Neil Stremmel was on yesterday to talk a little bit about that. The reason why they decided to have the summer trials is to give an opportunity to those who can't make it to a week-long trials to be able to come and bowl over just one weekend. A lot of people have full-time jobs. It's hard to get away for a full week for the Team USA trial. So this one was set up so that you could fly in on Friday morning, fly out on Sunday night, and still have a chance to make the team. It's a good idea. It gives more opportunity to more people to bowl their way onto the team too. So when you think about it, last year there were, or I should say for 2013, this year, there's 10 men and 10 women on the team, and 3 of those spots on each team were determined by automatic spots. So 30% of the team was made up of people who bowled their way onto the team versus selections. And this year, 5 of the 12 for 2014 will be bowling their way onto the team, which is, obviously I'm not great at math, but that's just short of half. So you increase the percentage of bowlers who earn automatic spots by bowling their way onto the team. So that's a good thing, I think. And I'm sure that Neil will stop by again later on today at some point to talk more about that for those who didn't hear his analysis of that situation yesterday. starting to wrap up game 2. Anthony Pepe, bottom right corner of your screen there, just struck for a double, struggling a bit here today. 194 the first game, and can shoot 194 if he strikes out here in the 10th again. So he's coming down a bit after yesterday's 742 series to take the lead. Starting to transition into game 3 here. Final shots of the second game on our featured pairs. Jeffrey Young bowling pretty good today. He's just shot 235. He's at plus 41 for the day. So that should help his cause. Game 2 wrapped up. Game 3 about to begin. We'll give you the standings here in just a moment as they come into us here. It's pretty tight at the top of the standings. Tyler says he's got Cervinsky at plus 161, Bohr at plus 160, and Pepe at plus 157. I don't think that's right. I know it's not right for Anthony Pepe because he was plus 142 coming into today and hasn't shot 200 today. He's got a couple of 190 games, so he's been going the wrong direction here this morning. I'll tell you that Eric Vermelia is plus 25 on the day, because he is on one of our pairs for this game. He's in the bottom right corner on 11 and 12. All right, standings are in after 5 games total. John Cervinsky is in the lead at plus 161. Nathan Bohr second at plus 160. Eric Vermelia is third at plus 157. Got Jeffrey Young plus 143. Anthony Pepe plus 129. Chris Vi at plus 125. Mike Fagan plus 64. Kevin Andes at plus 59. AJ Johnson plus 25. And Christopher Prather at plus 24. And again, that's after 5 total games. 3 yesterday and 2 so far today. We've got 4 more games to go today. We're just starting game 3 right now. If you're just tuning in, this is the Summer Team USA Trials live at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Send me a tweet at Lucas_Wiseman. I'll give you a shout out here this morning. So again, after 5 games, John Cervinski in the lead at plus 161. That's a 232.2 average. Nathan Bohr in second at plus 160. That's a 232 average. And Eric Vermilia is third at plus 157. So scoring pace certainly has come down a bit here today from yesterday. Yesterday, the leaders were averaging more than 240 a game. Today, that's come down a bit. Nathan Bohr leading for the day after 2 games at plus 76. Jeffrey Young plus 41 second on the day. And no surprise that those 2 guys are among the top 4 currently. So 5 of 15 total games in the books. So we are a third of the way home. Just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bull TV. We're at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, and Game 3 in progress. You may have, if you're watching live scoring, you may have noticed that appears to be an issue on 5 and 6. They have a pin that looks like it got stuck underground, and so I got a couple of bowling balls stuck, and so they're trying to resolve that problem. So that may cause a little bit of a delay here. Won't cause any delay this game, but it certainly will cause a little bit of a delay after this game ends as we go to transition into Game 4. That'll back things up a bit. As they try to resolve the issue down there. looks like they fixed the underground problem on 5 and 6. Never know when one of those pesky bowling pins is going to find its way underground like that. But they managed to fix it pretty quick, so they only lost a couple of frames there. Kevin Andes with a nice strike there. A couple opens this game for him, but 3 strikes. Just threw a double there in the 5th. Kevin +3 today. Chris Prather, you can see him there in the pink colored shirt, is +34 today. He's high on this pair after 2 games. Gilbert Sanchez up now on lane 10, working on a strike, -27 on the day. And Messenger comes across and doesn't take out the 7. Got a couple of players on 11 and 12 who are stringing some strikes together. Matt Gasson has the front 7. He's in the purple shirt, bottom right corner of your screen. And A.J. Johnson, spare 6-bagger. He's in the black shirt, about to bowl in the bottom right corner. Well, and AJ's string comes to an end with a 4-9 split. See if Gasson can continue his run of strikes here. As he steps up in the 8th with the front 7. Bottom right corner of your screen. In fact, let's go full screen to it. And Matt pulls it through the face and leaves the 3-6-10.
Still more money. God dang. I mean, how do you live with yourself? Walks into a bowling center with his arm. Stick him up. I don't know why you even bother bowling. Put a mask on. Terrible. That's terrible. You're right. That's what it's about. Regional?
Top 16, Simonson swept me.
Just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. We are wrapping up game 3 of 6, so approaching the halfway point of this block. Eric Vermilia, 246 on a high-scoring pair on the bottom right corner of your screen that just wrapped up, 11 and 12. Matt Gasson, 266, AJ Johnson, 236 on that pair. And Eric Vermilia was in the lead, or not in the lead, but near the lead. He was in third, 4 pins out of the lead going into that game. So 246 helps his cause as we wind down game 3 here. And I do notice that a couple of the lanes are blacked out on the live scoring, and they're troubleshooting that. Lane Talk is a bit of a new product here for us at the training center, so a few hiccups along the way, but hopefully that'll get cleared up as we move along here. We're watching live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Waiting on 9 and 10. We've got 5 and 6 still finishing up Game 3. So that's what the delay is for 9 and 10. But they should be making their way over in just a couple of minutes. They're finishing up this game, and then they should be headed over to 9 and 10 so we can get started. 7 and 8, 11 and 12 are underway with Game 4 right now. And as soon as we have the updated standings, we'll let you know about that. Bowling on the sole pattern today, 39 feet. Yesterday was the short pattern, tomorrow the long pattern. 15 games total pinfall will determine the top 2 who earn the automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. Neil Stremmel's back. Hi, Neil.
Hello, how are you?
Neil's the managing director of national governing body for USBC, and among his many duties, he oversees Team USA and the Team USA program. So Neil is keeping a watchful eye on the bowling here today, making sure that everything runs smooth.
Yeah, trying to keep it running smooth. We're behind on one pair, but had a minor breakdown that cost us a couple frames, and they're a couple balls away from being done there now. So,
and hopefully they'll make up some ground here in the last 3 games. Otherwise, we will probably start a little bit late with the women's squad this afternoon. They're scheduled to start at 1:45 p.m. Central Time, but that probably is going to get pushed back just a little bit. But we'll have to wait and see. It doesn't take too long to oil 14 lanes, so probably can make up some ground in that regard. Probably takes, what, a little more than a half an hour to oil the lanes, I would guess?
yeah, we did
like
it.
that?
We did it less than half an hour yesterday.
Oh, okay.
But also to keep things as fair as possible, like to leave it sit just
A little bit,
just
yeah.
a little bit.
So if you're just tuning in, this is the Summer Team USA Trials. The main Team USA Trials are in January, and that'll be January 3rd to the 8th at the Orleans in Las Vegas. Registration now open for that at bowl.com/Team USA Trials. And we do expect a sellout on the men's side, so be sure to get entered early if you want to be guaranteed a spot in the Team USA Trials.
Yes, please do.
I'm sure that you would prefer if it fills up sooner rather than later because it makes it easy for planning purposes. But I think you're kind of working under the assumption that it's going to sell out, at least on the men's side, and that we're going to have a full day of bowling action each day at the Orleans.
Exactly, and yes, if it does fill up early, we can input the names into the scoring program and get that set, and then we have less scoring issues. Believe it or not, that seems very simple, but just yesterday, even here, once we took somebody out and put somebody in and then moved one person who didn't show, then we end up with one person's scores not being captured and he wasn't on the standings list. So I think we got that fixed now, but
he is on there now.
Yeah. So even here where we've tested it, of course we've got some new systems we're always updating, which is good and bad, because as you update you find things, but as you update you stay on top of things. So it's a catch-22, but you know, it happens all across the country. Our format is weird. You know, we move right lane moves right, left lane moves left. That keeps the mix up on the pairs better, so you're not always following the same group. Mixes things up better. That's what they do in international competition, and isn't done much in the U.S. except for team trials and the summer trials here, and you know, like at the World Combined Championships that we're going to have at Sunset Station. You know, so there's a handful of times we do it in the U.S., and whenever we do, it seems like we run into little glitches here and there because our scoring systems just aren't used to being set up that way.
I think the PBA does it, but they don't put names in the scoreboards. I don't think so. That
Correct.
kind of makes it easier for them if you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, they just put ABC 1, 2,
Yep.
3, and then you always know where you go on which pair. But by having us put people in the scoring system, we're able to have the live scoring, do updates faster. You're able to track people. You're able to go back and, like right now, if you go to the single standings and click on John Zerbinski, it'll show you every game he's had thus far and every leave he's had thus far, and you'll be able to do that throughout the tournament and even after the tournament's over, and that's pretty cool. If you have ABC 1, 2, 3, you can't do that very well.
You can even see what pin John left in every game,
Yeah.
which is
So if you
pretty
had
nice.
We were looking at Carolyn the other day. She had a 5-bagger and then a 9 count. We were able to go back and see what she left, and that's kind of cool. It's unique. So right now we have Nathan Bohr just sparing on lane 9. Devin Bidwell about to step up. That's on our feature pair right now. Nathan with a 7.33 thus far today in his first 3 games. Quite a good display of bowling today.
Yeah, we just got the updated standings. Nathan in the lead now at plus 217. So plus 217 for Nathan. John Servinski second at plus 207. Eric Vermilia at plus 203. And those 3 have kind of opened up a little bit of a lead on the rest of the field. Anthony Pepe, who was the leader after yesterday, now 54 pins at a third. So a little bit of a gap there between third and fourth.
Yeah, but again, tomorrow's a whole new pattern, and there'll be a run tomorrow as well by somebody, whoever's going to bowl the best on medium. If it's not one of these 3, somebody can catch up. Anthony Pepe had a pretty good lead yesterday, and has dropped all the way to fourth thus far. And I see Mike Fagan's moving up. He's into 6th, I think it was, and so he must be making a move. I don't see him right at the moment, but he was a ways down. He had 1 bad game yesterday.
Anthony Pepe 607 for the first 3 games today, which is 135 pins less than the score from yesterday. So it's almost a full game.
I see Fagan had 709 in the first 3 games, so he's making a move up the charts as well.
Fagan shot 278 last game with the back 10.
All right, that'll do it.
Yeah, first frame he left a 3.6910, made it, and then he left a 3.6, made it, and then must have made an adjustment because he went off the sheet for 278.
Yeah, some of the PBA players, Team USA players, they're good at making that adjustment. They move, they see, they move pairs, and then they kind of make a guess where they should be, or maybe they just stay where they were, and then they see something and like, okay, this is where I need to be, and then done. That's impressive. It's always been impressive to me.
If you want to see the standings or the live scoring, you can click the link on bowl.com or bowlingitrc.com, or right below the video that you're watching. You can find the link there. And we are aware that a couple of the lanes aren't showing up on the live scoring, but troubleshoot that during the break and see if we can get that resolved for the next squad.
Yeah, luckily it's just a couple pairs, and as they move from game to game, you can still find them after that game, so you just lose a few people in each game. So we know it's working, we know the connection is there, it's just something with the way they're talking right now on those particular pairs. Devin Bidwell up on our feature pair on lane 10. Definitely moving in, getting it out to that down lane marker. Actually, he's getting it out to about 11 or 12. A couple of games ago, everybody was getting it out to about 10. So everything's moving in a bit.
Yeah, it seemed to be watching the guys who start to move left and move left and move left, and I don't know how far left they're going to have to get by the end of the block, but some of these guys like to loft the left gutter sometimes. So I don't know if we'll see that or not, but it's possible.
I just saw John Stravinsky throw his front 4 on lane 11, and he's at about 9 or 10 board as his break point. So there are some people still a little further right. And John can get left with the best of them, so he must think there's an advantage where he's at right now.
I'd be curious to see where Fagan is playing. Fagan's off of our featured pairs, but he'll be on for the next game. He'll be on 9 and 10 for game 5. He's on 13 right now. I know Fagan likes to get in there and boom it sometimes if he has to, but he's good at lofting the ball. I've seen him do it a lot, and it looks like he's pretty far left. He's starting left of the last dot with his feet. So I'm going to see what he's doing here. Oh, no, not too bad. He's hooking it a lot.
Yeah, he got it out to about 8 on that and struck.
Seems like the break point is just to the right of that last rangefinder on the right is kind of where you want to be. Chris Vi was right there too, you know, just around 8-9 board.
You're right. Devin was at about 11 or 12, and it does seem like most people are still at about 9.
Have to see what Nathan Bohr does on his next shot. Nathan is the leader right now.
Bad break for A.J. Johnson. He had a couple in a row, went a little light, and dripped out the 2, making his split much more difficult to pick up on lane 8.
Here's Nathan.
Yeah, that one's definitely further right than the last one. So I don't know if he missed on lane 10 or if he's playing them different.
Seems like these guys are standing pretty far left, but still
getting into that same break point.
Kind of just swinging it out there.
Let's see where Devin ends up. Yeah, Eric Martinez was much further right than everybody else. That was closer to about 5 to 7 out on lane 13. No, that's not who it was.
Yeah, I didn't see. Oh, Kevin Andes maybe.
Yeah, Kevin Andes, you're right. I looked at the wrong monitor. Never happens to you, I know.
No,
you're a
never.
professional. I'm just a schmuck trying to help out.
Devin standing off the camera here. I might have to adjust the camera to widen the picture a bit since these guys are so far left.
Yeah, that one was much further right on lane 9. So I'm not sure if, he didn't strike on that one. Maybe he missed on lane 9, or maybe he missed on lane 10. That was Eric Martinez over on lane 12, getting it. Well, he missed in quite a bit. 6 count. Didn't he miss the head pin left?
I would guess that they're kind of playing the way you would expect this pattern to play. This medium pattern, kind of in this zone.
Yeah, right now the lefties are getting it to a similar break point, but they're playing very straight to that break point. So they might be laying it down at 10 or 12 and getting it out to 9 or 10 at the break point, whereas the right-handers are laying it down, much further left, laying it down somewhere around 30, maybe even 35, and getting it out to about 9 or 10.
Here's Nathan, our leader. Spare double to start game 4.
Fagan throws another one over on lane 14.
That one is about 18 to 8, something like that.
Yep, and it was a little high too. So
yep.
Not sure if he knew what he did there. He's shaking his head.
Chris says in the chat that I think this is the only place where I've seen the ball return off the approach. They usually do it when they do an installation for the Open Championships. They will put the ball return off the approach. But
Actually, I thought that too, because I remember they did that one year, and I want to say maybe it was Billings or Knoxville, and that's what gave me the idea. And then we went to, we're Baton Rouge, I guess, last year, and wherever we were the year before that, I forget now. But they were still on the approach, and so.
I think it all depends on the space that they have for the venue.
That could be, but I know as I designed this place and wanted the ball returns off the approach for a variety of reasons. You know, we're trying to videotape from the right side to the left side here. It just makes it so much easier to see what's going on and keeps it out of the way. So I'm glad we did that, but. When I did do that, and I worked with Brunswick, they were thrown for a loop a little bit because had to add track, the cabling to the motor for the ball return wasn't long enough. You know, it's all that little stuff that you don't really think about. And I'm like, well, I know we've done this before.
Yeah.
And still ran into problems, but we got it done, and yeah, I'm proud of it. I like the way it looks.
And I think the reason why most bowling centers don't do it is because it takes away from your concourse space and your settee space when you do that.
Yeah.
And that's not really an issue most of the time here because we don't have very many tournaments that take place in the ITRC. It's mostly lessons and training sessions. So you don't need a big concourse or settee area here. In fact, there are no permanent seats in the in the training center here in the bowling area. It's all just open, and we bring in chairs when we have events like this.
Yeah, there's a lot more versatility when we do it this way. You know, if you have a TV show at a regular bowling center, they're unbolting stuff and tearing stuff apart, moving it here and there, and then you got bolts sticking up out of the floor that people are stepping on and tripping on. And this allows us to get the videos, because that's the main purpose of this place is for training. So we can get the side video, and whether you're right-handed or left-handed, it doesn't matter what lane you're on, you're not hidden behind the ball return. So we can get that and not worry about it. And then TV shows or events like this, we can set it up however we want. We're not tearing stuff apart to do it. We just move couches or chairs in, put up stanchions and tables. And we got bleachers in here. It's tight because this isn't designed for a big tournament. Of course, we only got 16 lanes that we could even have a tournament on to begin with, but it's because it's designed for coaching, designed for training. But enough versatility to do the other things, whether it's a TV show or a small tournament, a large group or a small group of training, Team USA training. Versatility.
I think Richard Avery's been watching a while. He says impressed with Nathan starting game 1 on the ditch. And Nathan, the first game today was playing the ditch, playing really far right.
Wow.
And so now he's moved probably, 30 boards left with his feet. Leaves a weak 10 there. Yeah, I did notice that the first game that Nathan was making it look like making it look like the short pattern yesterday. Pretty similar to yesterday.
Yeah.
He has since moved way left.
AJ Johnson struggling with that right lane, lane 8. Back-to-back splits. Going up light both times.
So the next advancement in the live scoring, live standing stats that we need, Neil, is to incorporate cats in the data so that we can see, so we could go back in the first frame of game 1 and see where Nathan Moore was playing. Wouldn't that be kind of cool to have? I think that's probably a long ways away, but
it would be cool. It's just
you'd have to have cats on every lane, though, and have it integrated, and that's a lot of
sensors, a lot of money, a lot of data.
Yeah. I'm sure that the Rod Ross and the Team USA coaching staff would love to have all of that data. But
we've talked about it in different venues to get cats on virtually every lane, and it's just not feasible at this point in time.
Yeah, it's
eventually
expensive.
Eventually there's going to be something that's better, and actually the research department here is always looking for new innovations, new ideas, different ideas. And
I think one day we'll see something like that. That technology will eventually happen where you'll be able to, in addition to seeing what pin they left, see what board they hit at the arrows or at the break point,
or both, yeah.
or see the path of the ball down
speed,
the lane, ball speed, all that stuff.
It'd all be good stuff. I'd be definitely interested to see all that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would be pretty curious to see that one day because the CATS data is pretty cool, and they have that here at the training center where you can. They use that a lot for their lessons to look at consistency and.
Yeah, we have five sensors of CATS on some of the lanes here on the training center side. Actually, on the research side, over where we use Earl, it's one of the few places in the world where we have a lot of sensors on the lane.
It's like every
2 feet.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's every 2 feet or so. You've got some sensors going across there.
Yeah, starting at 11 feet, going down to right in front of the pins. We have about every 2 feet. It's like 23 sensors, and just like I said, it's a lot of data. And you have one little calibration issue, or picks up too fast, or the wrong spot. All your data is all messed up, and then you got to recalibrate and try again. So loads of fun.
Yeah, Earl is hiding over in the distance here at the training research center. He's got a curtain around him. Yeah.
He's taking a nap. He's hiding in the corner. No
he's
pictures.
Not exactly very mobile. Can't really move him too much.
Yeah, the funny thing is he is fairly easy to move. He's got a
You're not moving him out of this building, though, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's got an air-baffled system where literally with 2 fingers, it's like a little hovercraft. You can move him very easily, but there's nowhere to move him to.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
You can move him from lane 19 to against the wall by lane 20, and he's so big that you really can't get him out of the way.
Yeah.
So we literally have to disassemble most of him to get him enough out of the way. So we just block him off and don't let him distract anybody.
But you guys use Earl, our bowling robot, pretty frequently to test bowling balls and all kinds of testing and stuff, right?
It's not for like approval testing, but
no.
we use it for research of bowling balls, even conditioners, lane oil, and like I said, that's where we have 23 sensors of CATS or something like that down there. We want to get really defined information of where the ball is all the way down the lane and such.
I'm sure you can use it to test how the surface of a bowling ball impacts the pattern or the oil or stuff like that. And
yep.
Because I know that I've seen some of the videos of Earl throwing the ball, and sometimes you see a nice shiny ball on there. Sometimes you see a really dull, scuffed up ball on there, and you guys are always testing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, definitely gives us options. You can throw it pretty much like any bowler in the world, 0 RPMs to 900 RPMs, about 10 miles an hour to 24 miles an hour. We can adjust the axis tilt and axis of rotation, loft, lay down point, launch angle. So, you start adding that up, you're covering virtually anybody who throws a ball down a lane. And then you just put a different bowling ball in their hand, different pattern on the lane, different oil on the lane, and you can start figuring out a lot of information. The beauty of Earl is you can repeat that well under 1/10 of a board at 15 feet and well under 1/10 of a mile an hour at 15 feet. And, no human bowler can put the ball on that same spot, down the lane consistently. The thing is, so therefore, he takes off the oil in that specific spot so much faster than anybody else. So in some ways, it's good research because you can see what'll happen much faster. But in other ways, it's not, because it doesn't simulate a real bowler. So depending on what you're trying to do, sometimes we use Earl, sometimes we use real bowlers, sometimes we use bowl score, which is another device we have. It's just a ramp right into the pins.
Yeah.
And so it really just depends on the design of experiments.
So what you're saying is that sometimes Earl is so exact and precise that it's a detriment to your research.
Exactly. if we're trying to see how a real bowler would play a pattern, we can set up a real bowler, but we can't simulate a real bowler without physically changing releases to try to purposely move him a half a board or a half a mile an hour or something like that to try to simulate a real bowler. Then it's just the person guessing, and that doesn't simulate real bowling. So then if that's the case, then we have real bowlers come in and bowl, and we can track things that way and keep score that way. Also, Earl is not the greatest at shooting spares. He's the best spare shooting robot on the planet. I will guarantee you that.
He'll make a 10-pin every time, I'm sure.
Yeah, but and he's really good at the 4-9, at a very high rate. But it requires a person to kind of program in. Okay, now we're going to throw a straight shot at one of the corner pins, or at 4-9 or something like that. And so once again, it's a person programming it, and it's not a bowler. So Chris Barnes has bowled against Earl a couple of times, and it comes down to he's bowling a robot, but he's bowling the programmer of the robot. The programmer usually is like Jason Milligan or Nikki Bros, and they'll program Earl to throw it a certain way and then dial it in, and then after about 6 or 7 shots, you got to make an adjustment because he's taking the oil off that exact spot. So it makes it interesting, and we very rarely are bowling against a person or bowling for score.
Right.
Usually we're just trying to throw a precise shot again and again, and learn what's going on, either from oil depletion or ball surface roughness or oil absorption or what have you.
And you can find a video of Earl bowling Chris Barnes on our YouTube channel. If you just search for Earl and Barnes,
yeah,
then
it'll come up.
You can watch that video.
Yeah, the first match did not go well for Earl. I think it was like 269 to 209, so Earl didn't bowl well that game.
Earl struggles with the transition sometimes, right?
Yeah, we had him dialed in, but next thing you know, yeah, it wasn't where we really wanted to be. We bowled Chris Barnes again for another TV show, a German TV show, Man vs. Machine. And I've seen a similar thing in the U.S., but this was the German version. I think it was the original version. And so it was Man vs. Machine, and they bowled on the Masters pattern a couple of years ago. And Barnes shot like 680, but Earl shot 710 or 20.
Oh, wow.
So that was a 3-game match. And it was on a tougher pattern, much tougher pattern.
Has Earl ever bowled a 300?
Yes, it has. And once again, the only robot in the world to bowl a 300. And again, we did it in, I think it was 2009. The date's on it, actually. And so in 2009, we got the 300 with it, but we're not spending time trying to do it again. So we did it once. We're like, okay.
We know we can do it,
Yeah.
so now it doesn't really matter that much. It's not
Yeah.
worth spending the time on.
Because we're busy researching something else, not researching how many strikes in a row we can get with a robot.
Now, before we had Earl, we had Harry, and he was
Correct.
the bowling robot in Wisconsin.
Correct.
I don't think he ever bowled a 300,
No.
right? Yeah, I didn't think so. Nice split conversion there by Devin Bidwell in the 8th frame.
Yeah, he had a 4-bagger and then left that, covered it up, so that's good. So yeah, Harry was named after a old researcher at ABC back in Wisconsin, and after he left, they had built this robot. Harry Lawrence was his name, and it was definitely good in its time. We had it for about 10 years, but he was getting a little tired.
Yeah, and it was hard
an arm,
to move
broken
him
some-
from
And-
Wisconsin to here.
Yeah, he actually didn't weigh as much, but he was smaller, but it was much harder to move, not very mobile, and also we were having some issues. So why spend the time, effort, and money to bring it here when we need to move on anyways? And the team, we were able to design Earl down here in Texas, and in my opinion, we learned a lot from Harry. You know, you build one, and then the second time you build something, you can really dial in what you need and want a lot better, and that's exactly what we did. And got a much better, more consistent robot, and should last much longer as well.
Well, for those of you just tuning in, wondering why we're blabbering on about robots, we're at the International Training and Research Center.
Oh yeah, there's bowling going on.
But the ITRC is not only the home of Team USA, but also the home of all of the testing and research for the sport of bowling. And so Neil Stremmel is with us. Talk a little bit about that stuff as we watch the second round of the Summer Team USA trials here at the ITRC. We're in Game 4, ending Game 4 here. And 2 more games to go on this men's squad, and then the women will get on the lanes. And I'd say, 40 minutes after they finish, something like that, 35 minutes after they finish at the latest. And so whatever time that ends up being. They're scheduled for a little less than 2 hours from now. And we've still got 2 games to go, so it may be in the neighborhood.
It'll be in the neighborhood. It might be about 2 o'clock, I hope. A nice ball there by Devin. He's had a pretty good game, but a couple of spares mixed in there, keeping him from really having a huge game. John Strabinsky with a 246 that game, keeping his streak going. Very much near the top.
Yeah, John with 930 for 4 today, and Eric Vermelia shot 227. He was right up there near the top of the standings as well. Call it the standings here. And Nathan Bohr can shoot 243 this game.
Yeah, he needs to finish strong here if he wants to keep the lead.
Yeah, he needs a double in the 10th to stay in the lead. Not that it really matters at this point, but
yeah, it's true.
Nathan trying to get the top for the day, which there is a prize for that, right? For
Correct.
each block, there's a, how much is it? It's a few $100s, right?
Yep, a couple $100 for first.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is, it's just more of a gesture on our part, because we know that's not a lot of prize money. There's not a lot of prize money to be given out, but as we talked a little bit about yesterday, winning this event, or really just being in the top 2 in this event for men and top 2 for women, is the ultimate prize, because the value you get out of being on Team USA is thousands and thousands of dollars, especially if you get chosen to bowl an event.
That was way right.
Yeah, he knew it too.
Yep. It's his 3rd 7 count this game. So I can look back and see what they were here, if I can find the right pair.
Yeah, on that lane in the 6th frame, he left the 7 count as well, so not sure if he's struggling on the right lane or if it's just in general, because he had 2 7 counts on the right lane and 1 on the left lane.
Well, in the 6th frame, he left the, looks like the 2-8-10.
Okay, well, that'd be a...
But I'm not sure that that's right. So I think it shows a 2-10. I would assume that it's not showing the 8, but it may be a little messed up there. But we'll be able to tell on the Lexer when that comes in after this game exactly what he left each
yeah, because
frame.
if it was a 210 or 2810 or some variety,
It would have had a circle around it.
Yeah, it'd be a split, so...
But he had a clean game, did Nathan Bohr.
Could be a 1-2-10 washout, maybe. Because this last one came up well shy of the head pin as well.
Yeah, it seems like the live scoring may be having some issues. So hopefully we can fix that for the next maybe because people have finished, and I'm not sure what's going on, but it's showing 6 people bowling on lane 9 right now, which we know isn't right.
Yeah, that's true.
So we'll take a look at that.
Yeah, we had a similar issue yesterday, and then after I walked away from here, I went over to the main screen, and it wasn't a problem. It showed whatever pin that was left.
Oh, here we go. Now it shows. I refresh. Now it shows that Nathan in the 7th left the 3-6-10.
Okay, that makes sense.
And left the 1-2-8 in the 7th frame.
Okay.
So he shoots 220, and he's not going to be the leader anymore. That's gonna looks like it's gonna be John Serbinsky who will be in the lead, and he was 10 pins back coming into this game. So John will have a 16-pin lead on Nathan, and then I think Eric Vermilia probably will stay in 3rd. He shot 227, so he picks up 7 pins on Nathan. So he will be 7 pins behind Nathan going into the next game, but still a long ways to go. Still have 8 games left. 2 more today and 6 more tomorrow.
Yeah. Fagan just finishing up on lane 13 with a 218.
He's bowling good today. He's 127 over for the day.
And that might be his low game for the day, actually.
He had a 278 in there, so that's a big chunk of his plus.
Yeah, you're right. Devin with a spare conversion almost identical from the 8th frame.
He's making some splits out there, huh?
Yeah. He's going to go get a different rock to chuck and see if he can get something else going. And again, 5 and 6 will be the last pair to finish up based on their breakdown earlier. And yeah, again, they're just about 2 full frames behind, or a frame and a half right now.
Yeah, they're still finishing the 9th frame on 5 and 6, so that means we'll have a little bit of a delay for the start of the bowling on 9 and 10, because those bowlers are coming to 9 and 10.
Devin struck on that last ball. Looks like he made a good choice, and I see him putting his balls away to move to the next pair. We'll see what he starts with next game.
So final shot for game 4 on the featured pairs. Paul Bober finishes with 241, and
Very
he's
good game.
plus 76 for today, so he's bowling well today.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Nathan Bohr, 153 over so far today. So that's a pretty nice total.
Yeah, there's really 3 people pulling away, like we said. Nathan Bohr, John Strabinsky, Eric Vermillier.
I don't know what Anthony Pepe bowled this last game, but we'll have to wait and see when the scores get updated. A lot of the scores have already flipped.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. I think that's him on just moved to 13. Is at 8:30 today, so we can kind of do the math. I think
Plus
he was
30.
607 coming in, so he must have shot 223 that game. Yeah, he had 607, so he shot 223 that game. So
Not bad, but not making up any ground there.
No, not making up enough ground. All of the he made up 3 pins on Nathan Bohr, but he was 60, 70 pins behind him. So. And Mike Fagan was in 6th. He shot 218, so he also loses ground on the guys at the top of the leaderboard. So
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see if anybody, 1 or 2 guys, kind of move out into a big lead going into the last couple of games tomorrow.
Yep.
There's only 2 spots available, so get a couple of guys or a couple of women who are bowling good. Could lock it up tomorrow, but
Yeah, it's always important to
hard to
remember. Important to remember that the National Selection Committee will still use your totals, any of your scores that you accomplish here today, as part of their selection criteria.
yeah, we'll
So
evaluate it. when they make those selections in
January.
January.
Yeah. So if you bowl well but get third, or you totally crush the medium tomorrow, you never know. So it's always important to do your best. Yeah. Oh yeah, the long tomorrow.
Or if you finish third here this weekend and you just miss the automatic spot, and then you finish, say you finish fourth at the Team USA trials and just miss the automatic spot, then, you know, got a pretty good case to be picked.
Yep.
You know, kind of look at both those things. Or if you finish third here this weekend and seventh in January, you know, that might bolster your case. You know, you never know. So definitely a lot of incentive to bowl well here this week. Even if you are going to be outside of the top 2, you still want to try to finish as high as possible to make a positive impression on the selection committee.
Yes.
And who makes up the selection committee, by the way? I don't know if you give exact names or if you want to or not, but you can be as vague as you choose to be, Neil.
Yeah, it actually hasn't been.
It's not a secret, I don't think.
No, it's not, and it hasn't been decided for this coming January. But typically, it's the head coach, the assistant head coach. So right now, that's Rod Ross and Kim Terrell, and they've been on the committee several times. And then a athlete from the board, basically. Actually, doesn't have to be from the board, but it's
has to be somebody who's been on the team in the past 10 years, right?
Correct.
Right?
So what we would call a Team USA athlete, what the USOC categorizes as a Team USA athlete, which is anybody that's been on the team for the past 10 years. And so Tony Manna has done this multiple times in the past. And
he's got to be expiring pretty soon, right? His term has got to be up soon, I would think.
His term is up. I don't know if he's expiring, but his term is going to be up at the end of next year.
It's been 10 years since he's been on the team, I think, by now, right?
Next year, correct.
Next year, okay.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming up pretty soon because it's been a while since he's been on the team. But
yeah.
A very knowledgeable guy who's seen a lot of bowling and a great judge of talent.
Yeah.
Has helped the selection committee greatly over the years.
Yep. So I think he will be probably still the one used in January at team trials. He will be at Junior Gold because he's part of our national selection committee that goes to Junior Gold as well to help do the selections for Junior Team USA.
And then after that, you may have to try to recruit somebody new to be a part of the committee, I would guess, because you do need to have one athlete on the committee, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and technically, Kim Terrell qualifies as an athlete.
She does,
she's been on Team USA in the last 10 years. But we try not to put her in a dual role. We use Kim Terrell Kearney as the assistant head coach, and we still try to get an appropriate former Team USA player from years past that's no longer on the team, obviously, no longer trying out for the team, and go at it that way. So we'll see how it goes.
I'm sure that might get harder and harder because there are a lot of players who've been on the team for a number of years now, and they're still competing actively. So maybe it get harder and harder to find somebody to fill that role.
Correct.
Because we've got a lot of, especially on the women's side, we've had a lot of players on the team for a number of years consecutively now with, Kelly and Liz and Shannon too, and Shannon and Stephanie and, and the guys. We've got a lot of repeat customers, although we've got some newcomers in recent years on the men's side.
Yeah, we still have a few people out there that I make sure I don't forget, Walter Ray Williams and
that's true.
Parker
Yep.
Bone.
Mm-hmm.
Those would be a couple of great choices as well if they would want to be willing to come help out in those selections.
I'm sure that Walter Ray would be a good person to be on that committee because he's very analytical and very detailed and very knowledgeable about the game, and he's very stat driven and he's good at looking at that stuff, and he might be a good. And he seems like the personality type who might actually be interested in something like that. We'll have to wait and see.
I'm sure we'll keep him involved. Actually, I think he's interested. He's still bowling, but he's not bowling quite as much as he used to, and I don't think he's done giving to the sport. So we definitely keep the lines of communication open with him, and we'll see how it goes. Watching the senior event last month, seeing people like Walter Ray and Pete Weber and I think it was Amleto was up there, and Bob Learn Jr., and I was really enjoying watching that group bowl because that reminds me of the old PBA, the old TV shows. It was a great group of stars in that time.
Kyle says it's unfortunate that a lot of the Junior Team USA kids are at PABCON, so they couldn't compete in this. And yeah, the PABCON Youth Championships start tomorrow. Actually, I have practice today in Puerto Rico, so that's 4 boys, 4 girls are at that event.
Correct. So there's 4 and 4 that weren't able to be here for that.
I'm sure most of them will bowl the team trials in January, though, to give it a shot.
Yes, and they will be back, go straight to Junior Gold as well. So they'll have multiple opportunities still in front of them to make either team.
Yeah, the good thing is that it doesn't overlap with Junior Gold. I think that happened once a number of years ago, and we didn't send anybody.
There was just a couple of years ago where the initial schedule had it right on top of Junior Gold, and we're like, look, we're not gonna go if you don't change it, and they actually did change it. There's plenty of times where I think that some of them wish we would not go.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, because they set up the South American games, the Caribbean games, the Central and South American games. I mean, they have a bunch of additional tournaments that they've kind of designed and set up to essentially exclude the U.S. and Canada.
Yeah,
so
basically, yeah.
It's okay. Yeah.
They have lots of competitions down there, it seems like, where they represent their country,
which is great.
It's good for them. Yeah, they don't have the same number of tournaments that we have in the United States or Canada. They don't have the same quantity of events with the Pro Tour or USBC events, it gives them an opportunity. Exactly, it gives them an opportunity to compete more frequently. We'll go back to the 3 picture setup since now we're underway on 9 and 10 and 11 and 12. Kind of moving along here. Got 7 and 8's already in the 4th frame, and we're just starting here on 9 and 10. So
yep.
There's still, this is game 5, so one more game to go after this one, and I would guess that those guys that are bowling quick and have already made it through 4 frames, they're going to be sitting and waiting a while after this game, because when you've only got 7 pairs going, you're going to wait eventually. That's all going to catch up pretty quick.
Yeah, because now we got 5 and 6, as well as 9 and 10, and 1 and 2 are all just starting now, so there's nowhere to go once they're done.
Exactly.
Unfortunately.
And again, the women are going to be coming up this afternoon after the men get done here. And so we're just starting this game, so they're probably not going to be done until after 1:30, I would guess. So we're probably looking at about 2:15 maybe start for the women. 2:15 Central Time, between 2 and 2:15 probably.
Yeah, hopefully closer to 2, but I wouldn't be surprised with 2:15.
We'll have to see if they, sometimes near the end of a block, they tend to pick up the pace a little bit. So we'll see if that happens. But still have to re-oil after they finish up here so that we have fresh lanes for the women's competition when they come out.
Looks like a little discussion there about bowling balls and drilling multiple balls, creating an arsenal.
Yeah, debating the viability of a format where you limit the competitors to 2 bowling balls versus allowing them to use whatever they like.
Yeah, in world competition, and we've said it. I've said it at team trials. I've already said it here today or yesterday. What we do when we pick Team USA is plan for them to compete in world competition. There would be no reason for us to do anything different. If we want to be successful in the world and win medals in world competition and continue to move towards the Olympics, that's what we need to do. And in the world, they do have a limited ball events. You know, the world events are you can take and check in a maximum of 6 bowling balls. And that's been in place for, I think, 10 years now. At least 8 or 9, if not 10 or 11. And I was actually part of the meeting that proposed that, put that together, and at the meeting where it was presented and approved. So it's been quite a while. And because we have a limited number of balls that you can utilize in world competition, they also allow for bowling balls to be adjusted during competition. So you can adjust your ball in between games, not in between shots, but in between games. You can go to a designated area. Usually it's just at the back of the settee area, and you can, hit your ball with Abralon or, I forget the names of the other pads, the Sia pads or Scotch Brite, what have you. You can go in the back, hit your ball, go to your next pair of lanes, and go from there. Now you're stuck with that surface for the next game. You can't change it again. So you better know what you're doing, and you better make a good choice and a good call. That's part of it. But to start doing something else, like with 1 or 2 balls, a plastic ball and a urethane ball at this event in this venue would make no sense, because that's not what the world does. The world allows you to check in 6 balls. They get, inspected for static weights, and then you go from there. So that's what we're going to do here. That's what we're going to do at team trials until something possibly changes at the world level. If something changes at the world level, then we'll evaluate changing it for team trials and summer team trials.
And that's kind of why we do 6-game blocks too, because they bowl 6-game blocks in the World Championships and the PABCON Championships, usually 4 on a pair, or 3-game blocks with 3 or 6 on a pair, or
Correct.
3 or 5 on a pair. So that's why the number of games. That's why we use the patterns. That's why we, try to mimic it as closely as possible. And
Exactly.
because why would you want to have team trials, for example, on a house shot if you never are going to bowl for Team USA on a house shot? It wouldn't make any sense.
Exactly. And years ago, we used to bowl more of a marathon where we'd bowl, 24 games, 30 games, 12 games in a day, et cetera, et cetera. And that's not what the world was doing in their competition. And we struggled for several years in a row at international competition, and a lot of people didn't understand that. And if you go back and look, nothing against people that are really good at bowling, a marathon bowling session of 16 games in a day or 12 games in a day or what have you,
which a lot of times turns into a spare shooting contest on tough lane conditions.
Or it really turns into a let's loft the gutter contest and see, you end up lofting the gutter by game 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, and you're bowling 16 games. That means half or more are just completely different and not what you run into internationally. So, these people would make up a lot of pins in the later games, or other people would lose a lot of pins in the later games, and next thing you know, you end up with a team that really can't compete. They could compete if we bowled a lot more games, but that's not what we do. So we started changing the format to match what we see internationally. We started training to match what we see internationally. And lo and behold, we're the reigning team gold medalists in men, women, boys, and girls. Never been done in the history of the sport. So, I know we're going the right direction. We're doing the right things. We started seeing a few years ago, we started seeing countries right up on our heels, and they still are, but I think we train the right way. We look at things the right way. We built this training center to do that, and I think other countries were catching up, and I think the RTRC has allowed us to take another step forward, a little further away from that competition. We'll see how we do this year in Las Vegas. In a lot of ways, anything can happen. but I'm sure we'll have one of the best teams there, and hopefully we can come away with the gold medal again.
Well, the
But
standings are in after Game 7. Didn't mean to cut you off there,
No
Neil.
problem.
John Zerbinski in the lead at 1653, so that'd be plus 253. Nathan Bohr in second at plus 237. Eric Vermilia third at plus 230. So pretty
Very-
tightly
Yep.
bunched there. And then Jeffrey Young is in fourth at plus 280. And Anthony Pepe in fifth plus 180 for Jeffrey. I think it's the 280. 180 for Jeffrey. Plus 172 for Anthony Pepe. Mike Fagan is sixth at plus 160. Matt Gasson must have bowled a big last game because he is now in seventh. Click and see. I bet he bowled 270 plus. Yep, 279, and he shot 266 the game before that. So Matt Gasson making a big move
Big move.
and has moved up to seventh at plus 127. So he goes 266, 279 back-to-back games, and he's plus 127. So he got all of that and some in 2 games.
Yeah.
And so
So-
he's right up there in the mix now.
A couple more games like that, and then on the long, I think that'll suit him a little bit better. You know, he might have a chance of making a big move. But that's what this is, you know, and on the international scene, it's a lot of sprints. You know, singles is 6 games, doubles is 6 games, and then you get a medal. I mean, literally, you bowl 6 games on one pattern in singles, and you get a medal. It's extremely difficult to win or even medal in singles, and it's just about as tough in doubles. Obviously, you got somebody else to count on, but it's sprints. It's not long duration tournaments. It's not tournaments where you can only use 1 ball or 2 balls. This is what it is. So this is what we train for. This is how we compete. And this is how you qualify for the team.
Chris asking what squad we're going to go to shoot some video at Junior Gold, and I'll be there at Junior Gold. Live streaming is Thursday, Friday at Junior Gold, which is July 18th and 19th. So that'll be right here on Bowl TV, and I'll be out there. I think I get there late Sunday night, and I'll be shooting some video for our annual compilation video. Just kind of shoot some random people bowling, and people seem to like those videos. So
They do always, yeah.
yeah, so I will put that together. Not sure what specific squads I'm going to shoot. Usually I spend 1 day shooting the boys and 1 day shooting the girls, and then I put those videos together. Those videos take a while to compile, but
Yeah.
but we'll definitely have those videos the first couple of days of Junior Gold. Usually I think I post them on Tuesday and Wednesday at Junior Gold, so be on the lookout for those.
And live stream will be at the finals
Yeah,
house,
at Sunnybrook.
Sunnybrook, which is I think it's the northeastern center that we're using.
Yeah, it's in Sterling Heights. I'm not sure where
Yeah.
it compares to the rest of the centers. But we've been to Sunnybrook before for Junior Gold, I believe. That was the year that Christy Petrovich won, I believe,
Okay.
a few years ago. Yeah, and I can't remember the guy who won that year was. But
I'll be there for the finals as well, and look forward to.
nice center,
crowning
split
some-
house with a golf course right outside, I believe.
Yeah, I'll be out on the golf course.
yeah. I remember that because you go right out the door and you're literally, that's where they tee off at
Yeah.
the golf course. And so it was nice to go out there and take a 5-minute break every once in a while and just watch them hit some golf balls and get out in the sun and relax.
I'll be driving around on a golf cart carrying everybody's bowling balls
Yeah.
in and out. See how well that works.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to work very well. The bowling centers tend to be pretty packed at Junior Gold, so
Yeah.
it's hard to get around anywhere.
Doesn't stop some people from using those little scooters, you know.
Oh, I know, yeah. You
So I'll
can-
be using one of those.
You don't need that. You're 8 feet tall. You can get around pretty easy.
I get tired,
and you
though,
can
you
see
know.
pretty easily
I like
too.
to put my feet up.
You have that height advantage when you are walking around the bowling center and it's a packed house. You can still see over most people's heads.
Yeah, that helps me see what people are doing. Helps me also see where the openings are so I can get to a spot where nobody's standing.
That's true. And yes, we are bowling on the soul pattern today. 39 feet medium pattern for the week.
Seoul, as in the city in Korea, South
That's right.
Korea.
A lot of bowlers are heading to Korea right now for the Daejeon International Open, I think it is. It's one of the World Bowling Tour events. It's
Yes,
getting ready to get
lots
started
of
out there.
lots of free mustard there. Oh, sorry, I was confused on
Yeah, you're a
something else.
little confused. But there are a lot of people heading to Korea right now. We're not in Korea. We're in Arlington, Texas, but bowling on the Seoul pattern. I was
Yes.
actually hoping, Neil, that you guys would pick the Mexico City and the Los Angeles patterns to bowl on this weekend, because those are probably the two toughest. I don't know. Maybe they seem like the two toughest of the 12 WTBA patterns.
Mexico City is I would say the toughest pattern.
Los Angeles is not as hard as it was previously, but it's still hard, right?
It's been tweaked, and Los Angeles is very unique with it's as a short pattern. It actually transitions a bit, and most of the short patterns don't transition much. You don't have to move much, but it's a little different from that standpoint, and it can be really difficult. We used it at team trials in just past January for the 2013 team, and some people did very, very well, and some people struggled in games 4, 5, and 6 because it was a little different from what you usually see on a short pattern. So yeah, I think those two can be the toughest.
Have we ever seen those two patterns used at an international competition?
Both of them together? No, I don't think so. Definitely seen Mexico City used a time or two.
Yeah, I don't think Los Angeles has been used, though, has it?
It has.
Has it?
Like I said, we use it at team trials, but as far as an international competition,
Yeah, the WTBA event. I can't remember.
it might only be like the Asian games that used it as well. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, some of those.
Now that it's been tweaked, maybe we'll see it again shortly. We'll see.
Some of those patterns tend to get used more than others for whatever reason.
Like Stockholm from yesterday is by far the most popular short pattern that gets used.
And that's going to be used in
Beijing's
Puerto
up there,
Rico,
too.
right? This week. I think it's
Yeah,
Stockholm and London.
and
Is that what
London.
Teal
Yeah,
said?
that's what I heard. Yeah.
Because they just
Announced
announced that
Yep.
probably last night at the managers meeting or this morning at the managers meeting.
Yeah, I think it was last night.
So Junior Team USA is in Puerto Rico, in Ponce, getting ready for the PABCON Youth. That starts tomorrow, and we don't have any live streaming or coverage of that for you from Puerto Rico, but we will have some stories written each day recapping how Junior Team USA does.
Yes. So we'll get
On
some
bowl.com.
updates, but yeah, internet connection not consistent from Puerto Rico. We've tried that in the past. I think you've tried that in the past.
Yep, it didn't work so well.
Yeah.
We had some issues.
Very frustrating.
But yeah, I mean, they're going to be bowling pretty late into the day. I think they're not going to finish till 8 or 9 o'clock each night, so it may be, a wrap up the following morning, but we'll certainly have some updates for you on bowl.com on how Junior Team USA is doing in Puerto Rico.
Yes, I also understand they're going to be bowling on fire as opposed to ice. Fire has been used this year at the Women's Open Championships in Reno. Ice has been used at the Open Championships in Reno, and we're using ice here today. Fairly new Kegel oils, and fire has not been used a whole lot out and about, so that'll be interesting. And it'll be interesting for the junior team. Hopefully they can deal with that well.
So would there be any value in, for example, at the Team USA trials, pure speculation on my part here, by the way, in using the ice oil one day and the fire oil one day? I mean, was that something that you would consider looking at, or is it not that drastic of a difference between the two oils?
They're new enough that I'm not confident to answer that quite yet. From what I've seen and heard from people I trust, so people like Eric Pearson or Gus Falgen at Kegel, Eric Pearson, who does our championship tournaments. Fire is higher friction, lower viscosity. I guess higher friction is probably the easiest way to put it. They're both supposed to stay in place, but fire is going to move a little bit more, a little bit faster, and ice is designed to really stay in place longer. It's probably not the best way to categorize that, but I think that's probably the best way to say it so that people understand where I'm coming from.
So it sounds like ice would maintain the integrity of the pattern a little bit longer than fire would, theoretically.
That's the way I've seen it and I understand it. I personally have not even bowled on fire.
Yeah, me either. I bowled on ice
Yeah,
at the Open, but not
here.
fire. Yeah, and here.
But yeah, so it's a little tough for me to say at this point. But
I don't even know if it's feasible to use 2 different oils over the course of a tournament or not, though. If that
actually, it is.
Is it? It's
it
no
is
problem?
now. Normally, it's a problem, but Kegel at Bowl Expo just last week came out with a new lane machine.
The Flex, is that what it's called?
The Flex, that allows them to plug in, for lack of better terms. It's not a tank. It's not an oil tank. It's like containers or canisters that you plug into the machine. Kind of like milk in a cow.
Okay.
What are those things called? Yeah, milk
An
machine. Yeah, you put milk into one of the big
I
silver
gotcha.
machines.
At like a buffet or something.
Yeah,
where
you know.
Okay, I got you.
Those are called cows, I believe, but on the live streaming, it's not easily understood. But anyways, so you're able to just plug that in and use 2 different oils through the machine, and you just got to burn out whatever's on the brush and in the tubing, which you can do in two lanes. So we could do fire one day and ice the next day a lot easier. But granted, when you get to the finals and somebody picks the pattern we used with fire and somebody picks the pattern we used with ice,
that could get complicated, right?
Yeah, it should work out, but it'll probably take a lot longer to burn lanes and get it all set up. So we'll have to discuss all that, and we'll have to figure out how often each oil is going to be used. If fire is going to get used a little more often, then we'll definitely want to incorporate that.
So it sounds like Kegel has kind of answered that the problem there that I presented, where whether you can use 2 oils or not, and I would guess that, again, speculation on my part, that the WTBA at some point may do something like that, where they use 2 different oils in a world championship or something at some point. I don't know, but it opens the possibility to that happening.
Yeah, I mean, we already use 2 different patterns, so changing oil doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But let's say at a combined world championships where you got the men and the women bowling at the same time, perhaps you select those 2 patterns for everybody to bowl on, men and women, but also switch the oil for the men and the women. So there is that change. It opens up a lot more possibilities.
Yeah, it creates more flexibility, I guess. I'm not sure that I can put a grasp around the practical nature of doing something like that, but not always do we do practical things at the international level, it seems like.
Yeah.
So you never know.
Well, I could see at a bowling center, you want to put ice out for your scratch league and fire out for the senior league or something like that, or or a cheaper oil and a better oil, more expensive oil. Use the cheaper oil for the weekend kids or what have you, and
that's true. Yeah.
So I can see some
use the less
benefits.
Expensive oil for the open play. And
Nathan in the 10th frame left the 4-6-7 and just nailed the 4-7, and one of the 2 came flying out of the back and nailed the 6.
And he's not happy about it because he's only bowling 2-0. He's clean, but only bowling 2-0, so he didn't get too excited over making it. I can tell you, having bowled a lot of games here in the league, that it's hard to knock pins out from the back in this place.
Yeah, it's true.
It's very hard.
You're right. You don't see that a whole lot.
I can't tell you how many times I've tried to throw a pin out from the back and make a split, and I don't think I've ever been able to get a pin to come out of the back.
I've never done that here either. I've never picked up a big split like that, 7-10 or a big 4 or anything near that.
It must just have something to do with the pin deck or the setup or whatever here that isn't conducive to popping pins out.
Yeah, it's really the pit.
Is it the pit? Okay.
Yeah.
Just doesn't seem to happen very often.
Yeah, and there's some areas that's a little more, some bowling centers it's a little more common. I've done it in a couple of centers up north where I've done it multiple times in that same center. There was one place in Reno where we had the Bowler's Journal years ago. I can't remember. It's like a Strike and Spare or Stars and Strikes or I don't know, something like that. And I was preparing for the Bowler's Journal, and I was just shooting at a 10-pin, and I hit the 10-pin and only the 10-pin and shot it around and took out the 7. So I took out the 710 out of a full rack in that place, and pins were flying out of the back end of that place like crazy. So I'm sure it depends. It definitely depends.
I was just reading Matt Canizaro's post in our Women Open Championships and Women's Championships Facebook group about how Del Ballard's bowling solution and his team is getting ready to take the lanes for doubles and singles. They shot 34-70 something last night in team event, and so they're going for the team all events lead today. And so that means we've got some nervous bowlers here. Eric Vermilia is bowling in this tournament, and he's currently on the leading team for the team all events. And also, I think that John Stravinsky is a little nervous as well because Steve Smith shot 760 in team event last night and could make a run at that all events today.
Yeah, it's that was the last team squad that they shot that on. They had a chance in the 10th to take the lead, and Yogi Berra used to say it's never over till it's over.
Yep.
And I think that's what everybody's feeling today, because you got all events, team all events on the line, and this is the last day at the Open Championships, and I don't think they feel comfortable until it's over, because it's definitely not over until it's over.
Yeah,
especially with those guys bowling.
The last big threat to the all-important Eagles for some of those guys. So you can keep an eye on that on xbowling.com. We've got the live scoring on xbowling at the Open Championships. And they're going to be on lanes 19 through 22 today, if you want to keep an eye on that. And Matt Canizaro correcting Neil, saying that there's one more team event today, Matt says. Matt must be listening in Reno. But one more team event today at 3 p.m., and then the final doubles and singles squads are tomorrow.
Okay,
I thought it ended
bad.
on the 7th, but yeah.
My bad. I had it one day early, but so who knows? The team event tonight. Somebody in team tonight could put up a big number, take the lead.
You never know. You just never know. We'll have to see if Matt's going to be busy out there in Reno this afternoon to have to write a story on some new leaders. It's not often that you get new leaders this late in the tournament, but it has happened before.
That is correct. So it will be interesting.
They've got a good shot at it, for sure. As good a shot as a lot of folks do. And Matt's saying that a few other guys also had 700s in the all events, so John Stravinsky's number at risk as well, heading into this final weekend at the Open Championships.
Yep, should be interesting. So fellow Team USA member Steve Smith had 762 in team, so that'll be interesting. We have about half of the games are done here now.
Yep, and as I projected, a lot of people are sitting around and waiting.
Yes.
Well, not a lot, a few pairs.
Yeah, and the ones that are done they'll have 4 on a pair, and the ones that are still going have 5 on a pair, so that doesn't help move along. Looks like Zerbinski had a 236 this last game.
And Nathan only shot 206. So that means that John has picked up another 30 pins on him. Eric Vermilia, not sure where he's at. When they start kind of finishing like that out of sequence, it makes it hard. He may be on a pair that's already finished, not sure.
I think he was. I think he was on 3 and 4, which is done, and the scores are off. So as we move into this next game, I'm going to step out and watch over things as we finish up.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Neil. We'll see you later.
Thank you. Take care.
Neil Stremmel, NGB Managing Director for USBC. Sitting in with us for a while as we wrap up Game 5 here in the second round of the Summer Team Trials. Got 2 more frames to go on 9 and 10, and in the 10th frame now, finishing up the 9th frame on 11 and 12. And then we'll head into our final game, game 6, coming up right after this game ends. And then we will have the women's squad probably about 35, 40 minutes after the end of the men's. It's going to be a little behind schedule. They are scheduled to start at 1:45 Central Time. If I had to guess, it'll probably be pushed back to somewhere between 2 and 2:15 p.m. So it'll probably start about 15 to 30 minutes late with the women's squad. But we'll keep you updated as we move along. We'll have a good idea as they start to wind down game 6, what time the women are actually going to get started here.
You like, you ever take that story?
What's that?
Okay, so there's a guy, well, his name's Bam Pride.
Okay.
You know, he's good at just hitting. And every time you bowl with him, he's got 4 or 5 members, you know. Sit there, hit a spare, a strike. Come back, 1, 2. Every time.
All right, Jake.
Hey, Jake. That is... Yeah.
finishing up Game 5 on our featured pairs, and we'll get into Game 6 here in just a moment. Jeffrey Young put together another nice game here. He's got 4 strikes in a row going into the 10th. See his far left side of your screen about to come into the picture here. He can strike out for 241 this game. Jeffrey with another strike. Gives him a double in the 10th and puts him in the 240s. Like Fagan up to close out Game 5. He can get to 207. It's way right. Look at it come roaring back and leave the 10 pin. Fagan is really hooking the lane now. Fortunately, his carry has not been very good this game. Only 3 strikes. The rest have been 9 spares. That equals a 190 game if he picks the spare here. Jeffrey Young, 241. On 7 and 8, you'll see they've started bowling. They've started Game 6 on that pair. Fagan makes a ball change on the fill and throws a strike for 196. But he's low man on the pair at 20 pins. Everybody moving in, getting ready to get started with Game 6. Some of the pairs already started with Game 6. And we've still got one pair, 1 and 2, still finishing Game 5. Women should get started probably about an hour and a half from now. With their 6-game block. As we quickly get started with Game 6. Chris Klaczynski, Chedester, Anthony Pepe, and Matt Gasson on 9 and 10 for this game. Just tuning in, you're watching the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. We are in the final game of this men's second round. See if we've got an update on the standings for you, and we do. And we now have a tie for the lead. John Cervinski and Eric Vermilia tied at 1889. So plus 289 for Cervinski and Vermilia. Nathan Bohr at plus 243. Jeffrey Young plus 221. Anthony Pepe plus 173. Those are your top 5 after 8 games. 3 yesterday, 5 today. And you can check those standings yourself if you click the link on bowl.com, bowlingitrc.com, or below the video you're watching. You can also find that link on our Twitter page at USBC or on our Facebook page at facebook.com/USBC. Follow me on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman. So John Cervinski and Eric Vermilia tied for the lead with 1 game to go today. Eric Vermiglia has gone open strike to start this game. And John Cervinski, he's down on lane 3, and of course that's one of the lanes where the live scoring is not working properly. And it looks like John is spare, double. He's already in the already through 6 frames down there. John Cervinski just left the big 4 in the 7th frame for an open. So we're trying to keep an eye on who's going to be the overall leader today. Eric Vermelia just threw his 4th consecutive strike. He's on lane 13, and John Serbinsky's on lane 3. They are the two that are tied for the lead going into this last game of the day. So we'll try to keep you updated on that as we move along here, closing stages of this second round for the men. Second round for the women should get started. Hard to say exactly what time. Probably a little bit more than an hour from now is when we'll get started with the women. A little behind schedule. The other thing is these guys are battling for would be the daily prizes. And John Serbinsky leading for the day, it looks like, at 166 over. I'll give you a better idea on that in just a moment as that pops up on my screen here. So for the day, John Serbinsky plus 166, Nathan Bohr plus 159, Eric Vermelia plus 157. So that's just for today, the 5 games. Just threw another strike up on lane 14. He's got 5 in a row now, so it looks like Vermelia may be our leader at the end of the day here, and quite possibly top finisher for the block. Nathan Bohr finishing up game 6. He was in 3rd coming into this game, and looks like he's going to shoot in the 190s. John Serbinski, Eric Vermilia tied for the lead coming into this final game, and John Serbinski's max 209 this game as he enters the 10th frame. Eric Vermilia has 2 frames to go. He just missed a 4-pin. And he can max at 233 this game. Jeffrey Young, who is in 4th place, can strike out in the 9th and 10th for 267. Jeffrey was 76 pins off the lead, though, so it doesn't look like he can get to the top spot heading into the final round. Again, the women are going to get started here in just a little bit. And they're going to re-oil the lanes after they finish up here. And then the women will get started. They were scheduled to start at 1:45. And it's going to be a little bit after that before they get going. John Serbinski doubled in the 10th, and just struck on the fill for 209. And that will put John at plus 298, plus 298 for 9 games. So Eric Vermilia will need a mark in the 10th to take the lead overall. Duncan asked in the chat what oil pattern playing on today. It's Seoul, 39 feet. The women will bowl in the same pattern this afternoon. couple of more frames to go here on 9 and 10, or in the 9th. And on 7 and 8, they are just wrapping up. Well, they just wrapped up the 7th frame, so they've got 3 frames to go. 11 and 12, finishing the 6th, so they have 4 frames left. Vince Biondo with the front 6 this game. I believe that Eric Vermillion needs 8 pins on his final shot to secure the overall lead for the day. Let's go over to the to this camera angle. You can see Eric Vermillion on the far right side of your screen here. Needs 8 to take the overall lead for the day, for the tournament, and he gets 9, shoots 211, and he tops John Serbinsky by 2 pins for the overall lead, it looks like. I'm not sure that there's anybody else who can catch him. 211 puts Eric Vermillion at plus 300. So, looks like a slight edge for Eric Vermillion going into the last day. He shoots 2,100 for 9 games. 3 games yesterday, 6 today. Plus 300 for him. So it should be Eric Vermillion in first, John Serbinsky in second, 2 pins back, heading into the final day. Winding down here, our final game of the day for the men. In the 10th frame on 9 and 10, our featured pair, and the other 2 pairs starting to wind down as well. Still got a couple of frames to go on those pairs. Anthony Pepe bowling a good game here to close things out. A little bit of a struggle for him today compared to yesterday. He's going to shoot 242 this game if he strikes on the fill, though, and that put him at plus 73 on the day. He was 142 over yesterday. Matt Gasson has also had a good day. He can strike on the fill for 235. That'll put him 139 over on the day. He had a couple of big games in the middle of this block, a 266 and a 279. Vince Biondo at the front 8. So we'll go over to that pair for the duration here. As we wind down this final game of the men's round 2, women's round 2 coming up. I would guess they'll get started a little after 2 o'clock Central Time. Zeno Garcia on the right lane here has only missed once this game, 9 spare in the 3rd, the rest strikes. This is the 9th frame. So Zeno can still shoot 279 if he strikes out in the 10th. And Vince Biondo up on the left lane with the front 8. He got another one. Front 9 for Vince. So maybe a little bit of late fireworks here at the end of this squad. High game in the tournament so far is 290 by John Serbinski yesterday. So just waiting to see if we can catch lightning in a bottle here in this last game. Vince Biondo the third with the front 9. And he will be up in just a moment after Ken Bland finishes his game. Zeno Garcia up in the 10th, a chance to shoot 279 if he strikes out. Pulls that one through the face, leaves the 3-pin. So he'll be in the 250s this game if he picks up the spare. Zeno misses the spare, so he shoots 246. That brings up Vince Biondo here in the 10th frame, working on the front 9. See if we can get another one here. Well, there's 10. Vince Biondo, front 10. Looking to put the high game of the weekend on the board here. That's way right, and he doesn't roll the 2-pin, so finishes with 289 if he makes the spare. But a great game, nonetheless, for Biondo to close things out here. Imagine the women will get started a little after 2 o'clock with their second round. So that will end our second round for the men. And again, the women's second round will be coming up shortly. I'm going to go ahead and put a start time of, let's go with 3:05 p.m. Eastern time for the women to get started. And if that changes, I'll let you know. I'll update that time on the screen, but plan for now a little after 3 o'clock for the start of the women.
you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you? Why aren't you bowling? Conflict? Too many different countries. You can only represent one. You can only be on one national team. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Steve, I have
See you later, man. See ya.
because up until we flew home on Monday, and Monday on the flight home was the first time that I didn't have a physical response of about thinking about school. I started thinking about things I wanted to put up in the classroom, and I was like, oh, my body didn't shut down. I'm okay.
Everything I want to put up is
Last year was bad. I've never, 12 years, I haven't had a year like that. Don't give me another song. I don't even care so much about donors. Don't be mean. Don't get in my face and tell me I'm gonna punch you in your face, bitch ass. Don't get in my face and steal something off my desk and then say that you didn't steal it. Yeah, that's me.
Well, you know, that was that grade 8 one. Went to his friend. You know, all children are lovely. I want the bad kids to play. Love and understand.
Welcome back, ladies, for the 2013 Summer Trials, your second day of competition. A couple of quick reminders before we get started today. We'll be taking the top 2 men and 2 women overall onto 2014's Team USA. Today's competition and this event will be through total pins. Today you will be bowling on the medium pattern. This is the sole 39-foot pattern. Once again, please follow the arrows every game, and please be reminded there's one pair courtesy. So 1 pair to your right, 1 pair to your left. Please follow that while you're adjusting to lane courtesy today. Also, we're continuing skipping 1 pair, bowling on the second. Please be mindful of the line stream pair behind lanes 9 and 10. Once again, no more than 2 bowling balls on a rack per bowler. And when the equipment is not on the rack, please keep it in the bags in the blue squares marked between each of the pairs. 2 re-racks per game are allowed. If you need more than that, please see a tournament official.
Going well today,
If
right?
there are any score corrections, please have someone on your pair correct your score.
Through a disturb,
Please do not
IQ
change
tour,
any
and a high
names
road.
on the
Well, they're
console.
aged, huh?
If there needs to be a name change, please see us at the front counter.
I didn't know if I could use them or not.
Equipment. The athletes are
I
the
don't
only ones
know.
allowed to do this.
Because I mean, I didn't think
Must
they were
be the
really out there.
designated
We
areas
couldn't
with
order them
high
until July
top tables
1st,
in the back.
and they're not product
Must be
registered
done by
until
hand.
basically like
Between games,
the U.S.
bowling ball
Open.
must
So
be
that's why I
wiped
wasn't
clean.
really sure.
Right. I don't know if this just
Please
goes
keep
by
bowling balls out of the chairs
USBC
and off the
approved, or
table.
it follows
You
the
need to stay in
I
the
think so.
bags.
Open
Open
Brought them in.
championships
I think
where it
it's-
has to be readily
Please remember to
available.
press the space bar
So I don't know. That's
once
why I
you're
just didn't
moving
bring them.
That's probably
between games. And
You like it?
collected all the scores.
What?
the range.
Reminder too to please
I've
keep
only
the
had
pace
the
of
one
play.
that
We apologize once again
that we
for the
drilled at the team
inconvenience
show,
of late
or
start.
that at the
Appreciate everyone's patience.
video shoots that we did out in Milwaukee.
Once
It
you're
seemed
done
pretty
with your
good.
ball
Just
today,
gotta
please turn your
throw it a
recaps
little bit more. I haven't really
to the
thrown it too much because I
immediately.
really
This will help
can't.
us
So
speed the process
I
for
just
getting everything
I
calculated.
think I'm getting a couple new ones for the
Quick
trade
reminder,
shows
there are
coming up.
daily
So
prizes
when I get
for
that drilled,
today's
I'll probably start
first
throwing
and
them a little
second
bit
place
more.
finishers in today's squad.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna like it.
Also, a quick reminder that this event is in consideration by the National Selection Committee for our January trials as well. So bowling this event also keeps you included under our National Selection Committee's criteria for the January trials in consideration for the 2014 team. For those that want to catch up on results, bowlingitrc.com. Once again, bowlingitrc.com is our website. With that, we'll begin our competition today. Ladies, when your lights come on, you'll have 10 minutes of practice.
I sit?
Nice ball. As always.
See you later, man.
See you. Good bowling tomorrow.
Tournament bowlers, that concludes your practice for today. Once your lanes come on and your arrows come up, you may begin.
All right, underway now with our women's second round. Carolyn Doran-Ballard, Brenda Padilla, Matt McDuff, and Christina Fromm on our main pair, 9 and 10, right here in front of us. We've also got 7 and 8, and 11 and 12 still going with you, like we have so far this weekend. So we get started with our second round, 6 games on Seoul. The medium pattern here this week. Carolyn Doran-Ballard led coming into today, or leads coming into today, I should say. This is her first shot of the second round. She shot 740 for 3 games yesterday and starts off with a strike. Good start for CDB. So they bowled 3 games yesterday, 6 games today, 6 more tomorrow, so 15 games total pinfall. The top 2 women after 15 games will earn automatic spots on Team USA in 2014. Same thing on the men's side. Men have already bowled 9 games. And if you're wondering who is in the lead on the men's side, it is Eric Vermiglia at 2,100. So plus 300 for Eric Vermiglia. John Cervinsky in second, just 2 pins back, and then Jeffrey Young is third, Nathan Bohr fourth, and Anthony Pepe is fifth. If you want to check those standings, just click the link below the video here or on bowl.com or bowlingitrc.com.
Well, we're 10 games on AL
You're watching our live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Second round women's competition in progress. This is our first game, game 1 of 6. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard leading coming into the day after shooting .740 yesterday in the first round, 3 games.
That's all I have.
You're watching live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bull TV. Carolyn Doran Ballard with a great start so far to this block. 3 in a row, and now a single pin for her in the 4th. Brenda Padilla up on the left lane here. Open double for her to start and gets that 10 to fall backwards for the triple. Carolyn Doran Ballard, 4th frame, the Hall of Famer, and past Team USA member. Trying to bowl her way back on to Team USA since this event is in her backyard. Carolyn, of course, lives in Keller, which is just down the road from Arlington here, and is USBC's Director of Coaching. So 2 men and 2 women will make Team USA in 2014 this weekend, and the remainder of the team will be determined and announced at the USBC Team USA Trials in January. Just recently announced that the Team USA Trials in January will take place at the Orleans, and that's in Las Vegas, January 3rd through the 8th. And registration now open at bowl.com/Team USA Trials. Bowl.com/Team USA Trials to enter that event. And we do expect the men's field to sell out, so please enter early if you plan to get in and compete for spots on Team USA. Carolyn Doran Ballard trying to put another double on the board here, 6th frame. No problem. CDB looking pretty solid here early on in the Summer Team USA trials after leading by almost, well, not quite 100 pins coming into today. Let's call it about 80 pins. 82 to be exact is Carolyn Doran Ballard's lead coming into today. And off to a great start with a triple 9-spare double to start game 4 of this 15-game tournament.
I heard about that team.
Yesterday, we bowled on the short pattern, which was Stockholm, 34 feet. Today, we are bowling on the medium pattern, which is Seoul, 39 feet. Tomorrow will be London, a long pattern. Carolyn Doran Ballard seems to be on a roll here in this tournament. No surprise, Carolyn, one of the top, if not the top women bowlers in the country and the world. CDB triple spare triple to start, 129 in the 5th, and strikes in the 6th and 7th. So she is certainly showing no signs of backing down early on here in round 2. Here's CDB in the 8th frame. Shoreline Frank says in the chat it's beginning to look like the CDB show, and sure seems like it, doesn't it? Ball reaction looks great, execution looks great, and Carolyn Dorn-Ballard is in cruise control early on here in the second round. First game in progress. If you're just joining us, you're watching our live coverage of the Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV, round 2 in progress. The men bowled earlier today, and Eric Vermelia leading after 9 games with 6 to go with plus 300. John Serbinski second, plus 298. Jeffrey Young third, plus 267. Nathan Bohr in fourth, plus 236. And Anthony Pepe in fifth at plus 215. If you want to take a look at the standings, you can do that at bowl.com, bowlingitrc.com, or by clicking the link under the video we're watching here today. And in the early going here on the women's side, big story is Carolyn Dorn-Ballard, who has, through 8 frames, only gone 1-9 spare. That was in the 4th. The rest have been strikes. And that one she didn't throw quite as good. You can tell by the ball roll that that was going to labor into the pocket and leaves the 10 pin. Here's Carolyn again. She is the big story here so far in the women's division. That one looks like it might carry for a strike. Nope, it leaves another 10 pin. Maybe she didn't quite catch that one again. And so Carolyn going to be in the 240s, it looks like, to start off this second round. Wrapping up game 1 of 6. Carolyn Doran Ballard 246 clean here in game 1. Mads McDuff 200 on 9 and 10. Christina Fromm looking at 186 if she strikes on the fill. Brenda Padilla up on the far left side of your screen here can strike out for 202. Stephanie Nation 213. She just wrapped up. Susanna Signiago 244. Also on 11 and 12. Jackie Carbonetto, top right corner of your screen. She can get max at 236 this game. All right, game two now in progress on all three of our featured pairs. Our showcase lanes, which are 9 and 10, got Megan Kelly, Caitlin Quinn, Shannon O'Keefe, and Emily Frabel, not sure how she pronounces it. Shannon O'Keefe, 193 her first game. Megan Kelly, 268. Shannon O'Keefe, one of a few current team members who are competing here this week. Shannon up on the right lane here on lane number 10. Good shot by Shannon to start game two. after shooting 193 in game 1. Just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman with you. We are in game 2 of 6. Now we should have updated standings here. Let me take a look, and yep, we do. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard in the lead at plus 186. Megan Kelly now in second place after that 268 game at plus 108. Stephanie Nation third, plus 62. Ashley Rucker in fourth at plus 53. And Kayla Johnson in fifth at plus 48. So again, Carolyn Dorn-Ballard with nearly an 80-pin lead on the field here after 4 of 15 total games. Shannon O'Keefe has started this game with a double. As you see her on our showcase pair there, 9 and 10. A little right on that one, but comes back, gets the strike for the triple to start off game 2. Shannon is currently in 6th place at plus 43. O'Keefe up again here in the 4th, working on the front 3. Looks pretty good. Front 4 for Shannon. You can also see Megan Kelly in the bottom left corner of your screen there, getting ready to step up. Open double for her. She's in 2nd place. And Megan with another strike, 3 in a row. It does seem like the live scoring is having some issues, but Rod Ross is aware of that. Our resident expert here, and he's going to check into it, see what's going on. So hopefully that'll come back and be working again, but it seems to be having some issues at this point. Megan had 3 in a row before that washout. Leaves the 1-2, 8-10. Carolyn Doran Ballard started this game with an open spare double. Another open for Megan, so that's 2 opens in 5 frames. Oh, and Shannon breaks it up for the front 5. She'll take that. A little high. Breaks up the split. Just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Round 2 for the women in progress. Round 2 for the men already completed. Going to give away 2 spots to the women and 2 spots to the men on Team USA for 2014 here this weekend, and the rest of the spots will be either handed out or earned at the Team USA Trials in January 3rd through the 8th. In Las Vegas at the Orleans Bowling Center. Registration now open for that event. Bowl.com/Team USA Trials. Bowl.com/Team USA Trials is where you can get signed up for the January Team USA Trials. Megan Kelly trying to put a double together here, and she does. Here's Shannon O'Keefe with the front 6. 7th frame. Let's see if she can keep that string going. Looks a little left of before, but do a little harder. Nice high hard one there for the strike, and the front 7 for O'Keefe. She is whacking them right now. So Shannon O'Keefe with the front 8 here on our showcase pair, 9 and 10, giving us a little excitement here in the second round of the women's competition. We're in game 2 of 6. And O'Keefe with the front 8. She'll be up again in just a moment. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard, our leader, currently sitting at 115 in the 6th, shooting a spare in the 7th. So Carolyn certainly not scoring as high as she did a little bit earlier in that first game. Megan Kelly misses the 10 pin in the 8th, her third open of the game. She got 5 strikes, but 3 opens. Through 8 frames, 148 in the 8th for Megan. Caitlin Quinn up on lane 10. Slow and steady ball reaction there for a strike in the 9th. Her max 201 going into the 10th frame. Here's O'Keefe with the front 8. Got another one, front 9 for Shannon. So front 9 for Shannon O'Keefe. You're watching live coverage here of the Summer Team USA Trials on Bowl TV. Women's round 2 in progress. Game 2 of 6 currently underway. Awaiting Shannon O'Keefe to bowl her 10th frame. She has the front 9 currently. After starting with a 193 in game 1. So Shannon will be up in just a moment. Just tuning in, we're live at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. Lucas Wiseman with you for this second round of women's action at the Summer Team Trials. We're awarding a couple of spots on Team USA for the men and for the women. Top 2 after 15 games in both the men's and women's divisions will earn automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. Right now, Carolyn Dorn-Ballard is leading the field by about 80 pins, although Shannon O'Keefe is starting to put together a big game here. Not starting to, she's hoping to put the finishing touches on a big game and surge up the leaderboard. O'Keefe currently in 6th place coming into this game, but certainly could move all the way up to as high as 2nd with a big game here in game 2. And we're still waiting for her to step up onto the approach. Shannon O'Keefe, our breaking news here on Bull TV with the front 9. She is getting ready to step up now. And we will take that pair full screen as we see Shannon O'Keefe on the far left side of your screen there, preparing for her next shot. Breaking news here on Bull TV, Shannon O'Keefe, the front 9. High game of the weekend is a 290 by John Serbinsky. In either the men's or the women's division. That's the highest game that we have seen. High game on the women's side, 268 by Megan Kelly. That was last game, and it looks like Shannon easily will pass that here. But here we go, Shannon O'Keefe with the front 9. Let's see if she keeps it going. Oh, the 7 doesn't go. It was a good shot. But the string ends at the front 9 for Shannon O'Keefe as she will search for her spare ball for the first time this game. It's always nice when you can leave the spare ball in the bag all the way into the 10th frame. And it's a big game for Shannon O'Keefe, and certainly will move her up the standings real quick after this game. For those of you who just joined us, this is the Summer Team USA Trials. Women's round 2, the final round of competition for the men and the women, gets underway tomorrow. The women start at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. The men will be in the afternoon. And we will find out tomorrow the 2 men and 2 women who have earned automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. The rest of the spots will be awarded or earned at the Team USA Trials in January. And that will be January 3rd through the 8th. At the Orleans Bowling Center in Las Vegas. Registration for the Team USA Trials now open at bowl.com/Team USA Trials. Shannon O'Keefe, 278. After leaving that 7-pin first shot in the 10th on the front 9. Made a run at it. Made her heart stop there in the that 10th frame, but it does not go. And she ends up shooting 278, a great game for O'Keefe. And she comes up a little bit short of the perfecto here live on Bowl TV. I know a lot of you saw our post on Facebook, and always alert you when we've got breaking news here on Bowl TV on our Facebook page. but a great game nonetheless for O'Keefe, a current member of Team USA who will represent the United States at the World Championships coming up in August. Let's go back to our triple box set here as we wind down game 2. I have standings coming up for you in just a moment. You can see Ashley Galante, top right corner of your screen. Ashley shot 169 her first game, looking at 191 this game if she spares here on her last shot, last frame of this game. So game 2 wrapping up. Game 3 should get started in just a couple of minutes. They are wrapping up game 2 on a couple of the other pairs, and then we'll get started with our next game here live on Bowl TV. Stick with us. Lots of bowling action to come.
So,
Sorry.
Just sit in where we were at.
All right, game 3, ready to get started here on all 3 of our pairs. Showcase pair 9 and 10. We've got Kayla Johnson, Gabriella Mayfield. Looks like Shannon Pluhowski. And Ashley Rucker. Someone asking what the pattern is in the chat. We're bowling on Seoul. 39 feet, medium pattern here this weekend. Should have updated standings here in a second. And as soon as those come in, we'll let you know. If you missed the men's competition earlier today, Eric Vermelia is the leader after 9 games. Eric sitting at plus 300 for 9. John Cervinsky in second at plus 298. Jeffrey Young third at plus 267. Nathan Bohr in fourth, plus 236. And Anthony Pepe in fifth at plus 215. Women's standings now updated, and as I expected, Shannon O'Keefe has jumped into second place. Carolyn Dorn Ballard leading at plus 178. Shannon O'Keefe in second, plus 121. Megan Kelly third, plus 80. Ashley Rucker in fourth at plus 67. And Emily Eckhoff in fifth at plus 60. That is after 5 games, so a third of the way through the 15 game totals. Shannon Pluhowski up. She's minus 18 on the day. And Pluhowski sitting in 10th place overall at plus 19. Bowler fan asking why they only bowled 3 games on the short. It was a scheduling concern. Wanted to make sure that people could get in here, be able to get in Friday morning and get out on Sunday night. And in order to do that, you had to have the practice on the same day as the first round. So they decided to go with 3 games on the short. Neil Stremmel was in earlier, talked about that, said that being able to allow people to come in and bowl without having to take a lot of vacation time was important. So So that's why they decided to do it this way. And also the short doesn't see a whole lot of transition. And so that is why they decided to do the short as only a 3-game portion of this event. Pluhowski working on a double to start game 3 and breaks it up for a strike there, gets the 6 to fall late, slaps it out. Just tuning in, we're live at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. Lucas Wiseman with you. Thanks for tuning in today. Be sure to follow USBC on Twitter at USBC. And you can follow me on Twitter as well at Lucas_Wiseman. At Lucas_Wiseman. And send me a tweet, and I will give you a shout out here on the broadcast. So tweet at me at Lucas_Wiseman. Give you a shout out as we move along here. The last 3.5 games of the day. Tomorrow morning we start an hour earlier. We're on the air at 9 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central here in Texas. So an hour earlier start time tomorrow. Ashley Rucker, Arkansas State University, member of Junior Team USA. Picks up the spare in the third. So Pluhowski's string of strikes ends at 3 with a 2-4-7 here in the 4th frame. And she does make it look like she might chop it for a second there, but she covers it up for the spare.
Signs above the roof.
Kayla Johnson in the green shirt there, working on a three bagger. Sits at plus 14 on the day. Kayla throws that one to the right and misses the head pin. Got a couple of tweets that came in. Kyle Patrick is watching the live broadcast as the boards are playing in Fort Lauderdale to Chicago. And apparently watching with Allison as well. So, thanks for watching, guys, and safe travels to you. Howski with a 7-pin in the 6th frame. If you want to tweet at me and get a shout out, you can tweet me at Lucas_Wiseman. Double for Pluhowski, so she's got a good game going here. A couple of frames to go. Shannon Pluhowski can still get to 257 this game. Shannon O'Keefe, who we saw last game, shoot 278 with the front nine on our featured pair. Only 81 in the fifth this game and a strike in the sixth. So only one strike for Shannon O'Keefe so far this game. Caroline Doran-Ballard, I believe, is down on lane 1 this game. And I can't see her score, but she is the overall leader after 5 total games. This is game 3 today, game 6 overall. Shannon gets away with one there for the strike for the triple. So she's got another strike heading into the 10th frame. Another Twitter shout out, Brett Erickson. He says, "Can I get a shout out? You're my all-time favorite live stream announcer guy." Well, there's your shout out, Brett. Hope to see you soon. And And if you tweet at me at Lucas_Wiseman, give you a shout out here on the broadcast. And be sure to follow me.
She's like, no.
Wrapping up game 3 of 6 here on our women's round 2. 195 for Kayla Johnson. Gabriella Mayfield, 161. Ashley Rucker up now. Doubles in the 10th. She can get to 201 if she strikes on the fill. Shannon Flahowski with the split in the 10th. That'll put her in the 2 teens. If she opens, if Shannon can make this, it'll put her in the 230s. Shannon gets 2 of them, so she shoots 219 as game 3 comes to a close, and we will wait for some additional players to come into our featured pairs here in just the next couple of minutes. Oh, and here we go, ready to get started with game 4. Everybody was in a transition period. That's why we didn't have any bowling going on, but ready to go now. Stephanie Nation, Michelle Cruz. Allie Ijams. And Grace Hall on our showcase lanes, 9 and 10. Shout out to Danielle Vandermeer, who's watching all the way in the Netherlands. I think a lot of you are following the breaking news out of San Francisco about the plane crash. I can tell you that Scott Newell and Tommy Jones were scheduled to take that same plane back to Seoul. That's what I'm hearing. So they obviously very lucky that didn't happen to them. They were scheduled to take that plane to Seoul from San Francisco, heading to the World Bowling Tour stop there. So obviously a disruption in their travel plans, but could have been a lot worse for them. So fortunate that, as of now, no bowling relation to that accident in San Francisco. And Neil, I see in the chat, clarifying the format here. This is tournament 2013 Summer Team Trials is to determine the 2 men and 2 women for Team USA 2014. And the rest of the team is determined at the Team USA Trials in January. See if we can get an update on the standings here after 6 total games. Carolyn Doran Ballard still in the lead at plus 169. Stephanie Nation is second, plus 112. Shannon O'Keefe drops to third at plus 87. Emily Eckhoff in fourth at plus 82. Megan Kelly now in fifth at plus 78. Stephanie Nation currently in second place, up on the left lane here, lane number 9. Working on a double, and leaves the 10-pin on that shot. Stephanie plus 63 on the day today. Add that to her total from yesterday, puts her at plus 112. Stephanie's 663 for today is leading this 3-game block so far. Susanna Signiego in second, 647 on the block. You can see Carolyn Doran Ballard on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, as she has made it back to our featured pairs. Carolyn double 9 spare to start this game, 629 for her first 3 games today. So Carolyn still in the lead, but her lead shrinking as the day goes on. She started with the big first game, and that lead has shrunk a bit as we've moved on through the day here. Carolyn 191 last game, 192 the game before that, so giving back some pins. Here in the middle stages of round 2. Just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Halfway through game 4 of 6, so about 2.5 games to go. Again, just to recap the standings after that last game. Carolyn Doran Ballard leading at plus 169. Stephanie Nation in second, plus 112. Stephanie on our featured pair right now. Shannon O'Keefe in third, plus 87. Carolyn's also on camera, bottom right corner. She strikes again, 3 in a row for her. Double spare, triple for Carolyn. Stephanie Nation shooting the 3.610 here in the sixth, covers it up, so still clean through 6 frames, 106 in the fifth for her. If you're looking to follow along with the standings, you can click the link on bowl.com, bowlingitrc.com, or in the description of this event right under the video you're watching. Carolyn Doran-Ballard has hit a little bit of a rough patch here. A couple of open frames in a row, both splits. So now she's got 162 in the eighth, and Carolyn will be up again in a couple of minutes on the bottom right corner of your screen. Just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman with you at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. We are in game 4 of 6 in women's round 2, kind of winding down here this game 4. So a little more than 2 games to go today. Round 3, the final round tomorrow for the men and the women, gets underway at 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time here on Bowl TV. Carolyn Doran Ballard, bottom right corner of your screen, just struck for a double. She can get to 222 this game. So Carolyn Doran Ballard, 219, her final tally this game for our tournament leader. Stephanie Nation, who's in second place on our featured pair, can get to 223 this game if she strikes out. So 2 more games to go after this one on the day, as we wind down game 4 of 6. So Stephanie Nation getting ready to step up and close out game 4. Here's Steph in the 10th. Working on a strike. Clean game so far. Comes up light on that one. Leaves the 2-pin. So that makes her max score 203 now. So 202 for Nation as we transition into game 5. We should be getting started here in just a moment.
Good job. Go do that.
Watching our live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Got Vanessa Vera, Elise Bolton, Jackie Carbonetto, and Susanna Signiago on our featured pair, our showcase pair 9 and 10 here for Game 5. Carolyn Doran Mallard should still be in view. Yep, she's in the top right corner. Our screen. Also see Shannon O'Keefe is on one of our pairs now in the bottom right corner of your screen. So we will have Shannon for this game, and it looks like for her final game as well, because she'll move to 7 and 8, I believe, for her last game. See Shannon in the bottom right corner with a 2-pin in the second frame. Let's see if we've got updated standings here, and we do. CDB, Carolyn Doran Ballard, still in the lead with plus 188, it looks like. Plus 188 for Carolyn Doran Ballard. Stephanie Nation in second, plus 114. Shannon O'Keefe in third, plus 86. Shannon Blahowski in fourth, plus 82. And Susanna Signiago in fifth at plus 80.
The, oh. I think, pretty sure.
If you want to find those standings, they are available to you on bowl.com, bowlingitrc.com, or by clicking the link below the video you're watching right now in the description of this event. Pretty easy to find. And it's a nice feature. If you click on the player's name, you can see all their stats and frame by frames for each game that they have bowled.
Huh? Works for me. Until like 5:30. No, 5:30 here. That's what I'm saying. Not till 5:30. I don't keep it from you. Those 7 guys that have a bite.
You're watching our live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. We are live at the International Training and Research Center. A little more than a game and a half to go in today's competition. Get back underway tomorrow with our final round coverage of the team trials. The top 2 men and top 2 women after 15 games will earn automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. The remainder of the spots will be either earned or awarded at the Team USA Trials in January. It's going to be January the 3rd to the 8th, 2014 at the Orleans Bowling Center in Las Vegas. Online registration now open at bowl.com/Team USA Trials. bowl.com/Team USA Trials. And do expect a sold-out men's field of 175. So be sure to enter early if you plan to compete. Don't say we didn't warn you, as we've given you plenty of warning that you need to get entered if you plan to bowl. You can see Carolyn Dorn-Ballard in the top right corner of your screen. She's our leader coming into this game. I think about a game and a half to go. Carolyn cleaned this game, working on a strike, has not doubled this game. And we'll see if Carolyn, again, top right corner, can turn it into a double here. Looks pretty good. So Carolyn puts a double on the board. Gives her the equivalent of 104 in the fifth. Elise Bolton shooting the single pin on the left side of your screen here. Sixth frame in progress in this second to last game of the day. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard, our leader overall. Carolyn is on one of our featured pairs. She's on 7 and 8 right now, and has 3 strikes in a row currently. Excuse me. So it looks like Carolyn is going to be in pretty good shape going into the last game in terms of holding on to the overall lead. I don't see anybody who's really putting up a big score that's right behind her. So things looking pretty solid for Carolyn. Shannon O'Keefe with a strike down in the bottom right corner of your screen there. She's got 144 in the seventh. CDB, Carolyn Doran Ballard struck again, so she's got 4 in a row, and she can max out this game at 254 if she strikes out in the ninth and the 10th. Carolyn with another strike, so it's 5 in a row for her. And if I had to place a bet, it would be a pretty big one on the fact that Carolyn's going to be the overall leader after today. I think she's in a solid position to maintain that overall lead going into the final round tomorrow. Shannon O'Keefe breaks up the split, leaves the 4-pin down in the bottom right corner of your screen. Susanna Signiego up on lane 10 there in the all-white. She is leading for the day at plus 95. And her max potential this game is only 213. That's if she strikes out, makes the spare and strikes out in the 9th and the 10th. Carolyn Dorn Ballard with a spare in the 10th, so she's looking at 233 this game. Sorry, yeah, 233 this game. As we wind down game 5 of 6, one more game to go after this one. Shannon O'Keefe with a split in the 10th, so if she gets 2 of them, she'll shoot 190. It'll be a disappointing game for Shannon, a disappointing finish. So Carolyn 233, that will help her out, it looks like. Brenda Padilla with a double in the 10th. She's going to shoot 202 this game if she strikes on the fill. Wrapping up game 5. A couple more bowlers to go here. About a frame and a half to go on 9 and 10 until this game is over.
Of course, you do have to be young to pull that off. Thank you.
Susanna with a strike in the 10th. She can get to 202 this game. And if she does that, she'd get to plus 97 on the day. looks like our showcase pair here, the final pair to get finished. Bolton misses the 7-pin in the 10th, 166 for her. Still wrapping up game 5 here on our featured pair. 9 and 10. The other pairs are starting game 6. So we are underway now with the final game on all pairs. Got Rachel Giddings, Emily Eckhoff, Ashley Galante, and Holly Harris on the featured pair for game 6. And as soon as we have an update, after 8 games, we will give you the scores here. See if we have updated standings for you here yet. And we do. Carolyn Doran Ballard still in the lead, sitting at plus 221. So Carolyn Doran Ballard at 18-21 for 8 games. Stephanie Nation in second at 17-14. Susanna Signiego in third at 1681. Shannon O'Keefe is fourth at 1676, and Shannon Plahowski is fifth at 1664. So looking like Carolyn Doran Ballard, who by the way has the front three to start this game, will maintain her overall lead going into the last day. It's certainly no surprise that Carolyn would be near the top, or not on top of the leaderboard. Again, Carolyn Doran Ballard leading at plus 221 after 8 of 15 total games. One more game to go here today. We're in the final game right now. And then we will have 6 more tomorrow for the men and 6 more for the women. Caroline Doran-Ballard went front 4-9 spare this game. So Carolyn still cruising along here, definitely going to be the leader at the end of the day. She'll join Eric Vermelia, who is leading the men's division with 6 games to go. Ashley Galante. Oh, 7-10 split. Doesn't look like she's happy with it. Looks like she thinks she spun it a bit. I would agree with her there. Ashley Galante shooting the 7-10 split. Pretty hard to bounce a pin out here at the ITRC. Ashley takes one of them for the open frame in the 4th. A little bit more than half a game to go. As we wind down our coverage here today. You're watching live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Our final round coverage begins tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Central, right here on Bowl TV. Be sure to tune in again tomorrow, as we will be finding out the 2 men and the 2 women who earned the automatic spots on Team USA 2014. Six more games for the men and the women tomorrow. So a lot of games to go, and be on the long pattern tomorrow. So we've gone short, medium, long. And for some bowlers, that might go from easy to hard, or from hard to easy. So you never know when the standings are going to kind of flip. Have to see what the scoring pace is like tomorrow. And look at Ashley Galante with another 7-10 split, back-to-back 7-10s on that right lane. Taylor Johnson with a powerful strike in the bottom right corner of your screen. Kind of looking across the scoreboards here at the ITRC, trying to get a feel for if anybody can overtake Carolyn Dorn Ballard, and there is simply nobody who has a chance to get there. Carolyn Dorn Ballard will be the leader after round 2, so she will hold on to that top spot that she took yesterday. starting to wind down here. We're in the 10th frame on 11 and 12. Kayla Johnson, bottom right corner of your screen in the green shirt, can max at 268 this game. Had a trio of spares to start off the game and has struck since. Kayla with another strike. It's a big game for her. That's going to bump her right up near the top of the standings. She was in 6th. And Kayla was 53 pins out of 2nd. She's shooting 268 here, so I think there's a good shot that she could move up to 2nd, 3rd, 4th, somewhere in that range after this game going into tomorrow. Kayla Johnson, I've said it for a long time, a great player. I love her game. I think she throws it great. You can see her in the bottom right corner of your screen here, closing it out. Very powerful delivery. Gets 6 on the fill, 264. But a great day for her. And she finishes at plus 121 on the day. So a great block for Kayla Johnson.
Same thing. I thought that was a really good shot.
See a lot of 710s today. If I'm being honest, I've seen quite a few of them spread out throughout the squad. I've had 3 in the last couple of frames here on 9 and 10. Shannon O'Keefe on the top right corner of your screen. Just left the 7-pin on a 4-bagger. Shannon can still shoot 238 this game. Looks like Kayla will jump ahead of Shannon O'Keefe. Shannon Plahowski can shoot 235, so Kayla will jump ahead of Shannon Plahowski as well. Still to be determined if she can get ahead of Susanna Signiago. If Susanna strikes out in the 8th, 9th, and 10th, she can stay ahead of Kayla. And Stephanie Nation can only max at 224 this game. So if that happens, Kayla would still be behind her. Carolyn Dorn Ballard. Looks like she's in the 240s this game. She's down on lane 3. About a frame to go here. Frame and a half or so. Again, the coverage resumes tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Central Time here in Arlington. The women will bowl first tomorrow, the men will bowl second. So we will see the women in the morning to finish up their summer team trials. like Carolyn Dorn Ballard shot 258. So CDB is going to have a real nice lead going into the final round. Shannon O'Keefe gets the first one in the 10th. Wasn't exactly a textbook strike, but final frame here in progress. Shannon O'Keefe with a double in the 10th, gets her into the 230s this game. .204 for Rachel Giddings. Emily Eckhoff looking at 180 this game. Ashley Galante looking at 171 max. Holly Harris, 200 is her max. I want to remind you that we'll be back live tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bowl TV. So be sure to tune in tomorrow morning for the final round of the women's competition. The men will be on the lanes in the afternoon tomorrow for their final round. We'll be determining our Team USA members 2 of them on the men's side and 2 of them on the women's side for 2014. So be sure to watch tomorrow as we finalize things here this weekend. That's our final shot. Holly Harris shoots 183, and that'll do it for today. Be sure to check out the final standings on bowl.com and bowlingitrc.com, and I'll have an update for you here on bowl.com in just a little bit. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning live on Bowl TV. Have a good evening, everybody.